LoveLore Library. Chapter 233. When they got home, Gu Jingze went to the bathroom first. Because of Lin Che's feet. Actually, he was very obedient last night. Lin Che leaned against the bed and was playing with her phone. She heard a ding sound. Someone had sent her a message. She opened the message, and what she saw was a video. After opening it, the video was a little blurry, but she clearly saw what happened today. It was Huiling and Gu Jingze. The two of them hugged each other tightly in the cafe. From this angle, Huiling was snuggling in Gu Jingze's arms reluctantly, and Gu Jingze was also a little reluctant to let her go, wrapping his arms around her back. Lin Che bit his lower lip and looked at his phone. His heart felt stifled for no reason. Then, he sneered and a thought popped up in his mind. Gu Jingze was so reluctant to part with her, but he was still happily with her. Maybe the desire of the body was really powerful. She closed her eyes. She didn't know if she should feel happy that she was so charming that Gu Jingze was so attached to her body, or sad that she had become a toy for others to play with. After a while, she regained her calmness. Who sent this to her? Except for Huiling, she couldn't think of anyone else. She was angry just now because she thought so badly of herself and Gu Jingze. But in fact, she had known Gu Jingze for so long. Didn't she know that Gu Jingze was definitely not such a person? And she was definitely more than a toy. She looked down on herself too much. She wrapped herself in the quilt, deleted the video, and looked at the shining chandelier on the ceiling. However, there was one thing that Huiling was right about. After all, Gu Jingze had been in love with her for so many years. Maybe he was really reluctant to let her go. When Gu Jingze came back, he saw that Lin Che seemed to have fallen asleep. He walked over quietly and looked at the side. The ring had been put down. He picked up the ring and looked at it. He felt that the ring was really beautiful and suited her. But it seemed that she really didn't like wearing things. Not only that, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that she had bought so many things, but she hadn't used them at all. Although she looked like a miser, she didn't seem to care about them at all. This woman was really a little confusing. Maybe women liked the feeling of the moment of shopping. Or was the miser just her last line of defense? The next day, Lin Che arrived at the company. Yu Minmin said to Lin Che, "I've prepared an interview program for you before Chinese New Year. Do you want to participate?" "Yes, I'll participate in any program," Lin Che said. Yu Minmin felt that Lin Che was different today. "What's wrong?" Lin Che said, "What do you mean?" "I want to earn money. I want to participate in anything that can earn money." "Huh, Mrs. Gu, do you still need money?" Yu Minmin snorted. In the beginning, she might have thought that she was a money grubber, but after getting to know her, she finally understood that this silly girl was just too naive. "Who knows when I'll get a divorce? Sigh, my position as Mrs. Gu isn't that easy to stabilize. Rich families run deep. Sigh, you don't even know how much I've suffered in a rich family. I've suffered so much in a rich family that I could write a novel about a sadomasochistic relationship." "Get lost." Yu Minmin said, "You're still sadomasochistic. What should we do then?" "Forget it if you don't believe me." "Oh right," Lin Che remembered the things he had bought for her. "These are for you. Clothes, bags, and these. Try them on and see if you like them. I didn't see them clearly yesterday, so I just bought them randomly." Yu Minmin flipped them open in surprise. They were all international brand names. They were extremely expensive and only used by rich people. "Why did you buy me this? Do you think it's good for a working-class person like me to use these?" "I had no choice. My husband is rich and he insisted on spending for me. Rich people like us are so poor. If we don't spend some money, it won't be worth it. Just take them. Yu Minmin still felt that she was different today. However, she was full of smiles and was as carefree as usual. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. However, as Yu Minmin flipped through the things, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so expensive. Oh my God, it's so good to have a rich husband. Oh my God, this is so expensive. I think I'll keep it at home and not dare to take it out. People will think that I've suddenly gotten rich and come to rob me." Yu Minmin looked for a while. She didn't have any desire for these brand names. It was just that they looked very novel. After receiving them and thanking Lin Che, she said, "Oh yes, someone came with your contact information. He said that you recommended him to work." Lin Che then remembered that it was the little girl from the other day. He quickly said, "Ah, yes, I met her on the way. I wanted to say that she has a very pitiful life. If I can help her, I will." The two of them went out together. As they walked, Lin Che told Yu Minmin about the situation that day. When they went out, they saw the girl sitting carefully at the door. Seeing Lin Che, she quickly stood up. "Oh my God, you're Lin Che. No wonder I thought you looked so familiar that day. I just didn't dare to recognize you." The girl exclaimed excitedly, "Actually, I'm usually too busy and don't have time to watch television. That's why I don't recognize you. Otherwise, with how popular you are, I definitely wouldn't forget you." Lin Che smiled as he walked over. "It's okay. Celebrities usually look a little different on TV than in real life. On TV, they look a little bigger, taller, and fairer. If I don't put on makeup in private, I look a little different. How could that be? I think that you look much better now than on TV, sister." She smiled as she covered her mouth and said, "I didn't even know that I would meet a big celebrity. I only found out today." Lin Che waited for her to calm down before introducing Yu Minmin to her. He even said to her, "If you want to come, you can start as an assistant. It's a very tough job. If you're sure that you're willing to do it, you can try for a few days. If you can't adapt, you can leave. I'll still pay you according to the number of days you work." "I can adapt. Of course I can adapt. I'm not that fragile. I can take any hardship. I'm very happy to be an assistant." Hearing this, Yu Minmin said, "All right then. You can come with me to report later." The girl's name was Yang Lingxin. Everyone could just call her Little Oxayan. Yu Minmin went out to look at the girl. Looking around, he said to Lin Che, "She's quite smart. If she does well in the future, maybe I can groom her." "Really? Anyway, I met her by chance. I think she's quite cute." Yu Minmin said, "You're really kind." "That's for sure. I'm such a kind person, yet no man is interested in me. Sigh, I'm just a bit of a tomboy. Men say that they like kind girls, but in the end, they still like those gentle ones. They don't even notice my inner beauty at all." Chapter 234. After that, Lin Che called Shen Yuran and told her that he would get someone to send it to her. Shen Yuran said that she would come and get it. It was rare for her to have a day off, so she came to see Lin Che's workplace. Many people were coming and going. When Shen Yuran arrived, Yu Minmin went to pick her up. When she came in, Lin Che was already ready to go for the interview. When Shen Yuran saw Lin Che, she took out the bag in her hand and showed it to him. "This must be expensive, Lin Che." Lin Che just looked at it. He had been a little absent-minded yesterday and had forgotten what he had bought. "I think so," Shen Yuran said, "but I can't let that ungrateful sister take it away. I was almost cheated by her." Lin Che said, why would she ask you for it? She wanted to buy it herself. I spent a lot of effort to get it from Gu Jingze. Shen Yuran said, yeah, I told her that you gave her to her. She was very envious and even asked if you needed an assistant here. I told her that I didn't need one. She even wanted to say that she came to your company to apply for a job. You'd better tell your company that if she comes, don't hire her. Yu Minmin said, our company is indeed looking for an assistant, but it's hard work and the salary isn't that high. So she would never do it. She's just asking for trouble. She's lazy and greedy. How could she do such a thing? Yu Minmin laughed. She's your sister after all. If it's possible, you can let her try. Please don't. Lin Che knows my sister. She's a piece of work. Don't let her harm you. Lin Che nodded. Yuran won't stand on ceremony with me. If she says it's not good, then it's not good. Yu Minmin shrugged. All right then. Let's get ready. We'll go for the interview. Shen Yuran asked, are you going to participate in a show? Yu Minmin nodded. Talk shows aren't that good these days. People are starting to like those self-made talk shows on websites. We're going to participate in one of the more popular talk shows recently. It's called Celebrity Show. I reckon there will be a few people participating. Wow, Celebrity Show. I was watching it last night. I didn't expect Lin Che to participate in it. Lin Che said, yeah. Shen Yuran's face was full of excitement as he followed her outside. It seems that a lot of celebrities have participated in that show. In the past, Gu Jingyu participated, Mu Firen also participated, and that Song Shuhai from your company also participated. You're really a big shot now, participating in such a popular show. Lin Che said, come on. Those big shots that you mentioned were all interviewed by themselves. I think they were interviewed with a few other people. That's different. Is that so? Then you have to work hard too. One day, you will also go for an interview alone. Yes, I will continue to work hard. Lin Che followed Yu Minmin and Shen Yuran. He saw that Yang Lingxin was still working there. Her movements were very agile. She learned from another old assistant and got the hang of it very quickly. Yu Minmin asked her to follow him, saying that they were going to the big family show together. She followed behind happily, as if she had endless energy. Yu Minmin said to Lin Che, looks like he's really serious and a very capable person. Yeah, I can't be wrong about the person I like. When they reached the backstage of the big family show, there were already a few actors who were being interviewed. They were all familiar faces, some of whom he had seen before and some of whom he had never seen before. Someone saw Lin Che and quickly stood up to invite him into a private dressing room. Lin Che smiled at them and entered. When he entered, he saw that Qin Wanwan was already inside. Hey, I just came in. The director told me that you would be coming. I was wondering when you would come. Qin Wanwan was halfway through her makeup. She looked at Lin Che and said with a smile. Lin Che said, I can't come because someone can't come. I'm just filling in. I don't even know who will be coming today. After the two sat down, they casually chatted as they did their makeup. Qin Wanwan said, your TV series has been very popular recently. I see that the ratings have always been number one, and the number of people discussing it on Weibo is also very high. Lin Che said, isn't the online discussion wave after wave? It's popular now, and after a while, it's popular again. Isn't your movie going to be released soon? Yeah, I'm going to ride on the hype. It's a suspense movie. I don't know if it will do well at the box office. It will definitely do well at the box office. Oh right, have you heard the news? Gu Jingyu is going to make a fantasy movie. He bought the rights to a game. It's called A Swordsman. He's going to make it into a blockbuster movie. I think it will be very popular. Oh, I've heard about it, Lin Che said. Qin Wanwan said, I wonder who the main character will be. I heard that they haven't chosen a role yet. Why didn't Gu Jingyu just let you play it? Lin Che smiled. Why did he let me play it directly? He has to see if the role is suitable or not. If it's really not suitable, it's useless for me to play it. Senior Jingyu is a serious person. He won't choose a role based on personal relationships. That's true, Qin Wanwan said. If he wasn't serious, his reputation wouldn't have been so good. Someone came in from outside to see how the two of them were doing with their makeup. Lin Che came later, but he was done first. Her makeup had always been very simple, and she went for the home style. Qin Wanwan had to do more retouching, and her complexion was a little pale. Perhaps it was because she liked to go out to play at night, but her complexion was obviously not as good as Lin Che's. After the show started and the opening music started, Lin Che and Qin Wanwan were already seated in the main seats. There were a few other small-time actors sitting on one side, but their statuses were obviously lower than Lin Che and Qin Wanwan's. The chairs given to them were large, round chairs while the others were small, high stools. This was also the specialty of the show. These people knew that they weren't as famous as Lin Che and Qin Wanwan. They were known as the new Four Little Stars, but their fame had already spread and they just needed a little more time. The host smiled as he looked at the few of them and said, It's our honor to see you here today, especially when we see two beauties sitting here. Lin Che smiled at the side. He could see that Shen Yuran and Yu Minmin were watching them intently from below the stage. Shen Yuran raised her fist to cheer her on. Lin Che smiled back at her. The host chatted for a long time. The main interviewees were Lin Che and Qin Wanwan. He looked at Lin Che and Qin Wanwan and said, The two of you are very famous friends in the industry. Do you see each other often? Yeah, we go out and sit together occasionally, just like normal friends. Anyway, we'll gossip when we see each other, Qin Wanwan said. The host asked Qin Wanwan, What's Lin Che like in private? He's very shy and innocent. Qin Wanwan looked at Lin Che and smiled. Chapter 235. Lin Che smiled back at her. The MC smiled and said, Wanwan and Lin Che have actually worked with Gu Jingyu before. Yeah, Lin Che said. The MC looked at Lin Che. Are you jealous of Wanwan and Jingyu? When you worked together before, you were always in that position. Of course I'm jealous. Jingyu is so handsome, but my He-Feng is also very handsome. She laughed as she talked about the male lead of the TV series she had been working with recently and started promoting him. Now that Lin Che had gone through some training, he was better at dealing with reporters than before. He was also more tactful with his words and could use the TV series he was playing to promote himself. Sure enough, the more training one had, the more experience one would have. The MC looked at Lin Che. All right then, did you know about the scandal between Qin Wanwan and Gu Jingyu? Qin Wanwan quickly stopped her. All right. I already said it was a scandal. Why do you have to say it? Lin Che looked at Qin Wanwan. She was blushing and looked very shy. She smiled and held Lin Che's arm, looking helpless and speechless. Really? Lin Che, I know you're the worst at lying. Why don't you say it? When Lin Che heard that, he looked at Qin Wanwan. He really didn't know what to say. If she said the wrong thing, it would be used against her in the future. She thought about it and said, That's possible. After all, we've been filming for a few months and we see each other every day. We also have to act together. It's easy to develop feelings for each other. She gave an ambiguous answer and the MC could only let her go. She said to Qin Wanwan, since you're good friends in private, you must know a lot about each other. Wanwan, tell us first. Does Lin Che have a boyfriend or not? Qin Wanwan looked shocked. Wow, you're asking such a big question right off the bat. Qin Wanwan smiled at Lin Che. How should I say this? Lin Che widened his eyes and looked at her. Of course he didn't. The MC raised her voice in surprise. What? You don't know how to say it. Does that mean there's a situation? Not really. Qin Wanwan quickly corrected herself. I mean, I shouldn't be the one saying this. You should be asking Lin Che. Shouldn't be you saying this. Does that mean there really is one? Lin Che looked at the host, who looked as if he had discovered a new continent, and said, Lin Che, do you have a boyfriend? Congratulations, who is it? Lin Che blushed and looked at Qin Wanwan. He didn't expect her to say that. Because she didn't expect it, she was flustered and didn't know how to answer. He could only look at the host and laugh dryly. She did have a man. Gu Jingze was her husband, but she couldn't expose their relationship. However, if she said no, what if something was accidentally exposed in the future? Her lie today might bring about some negative impact on her. He couldn't admit it, nor did he dare to deny it. Her eyes darted around. Seeing that everyone's gazes were on her, she gritted her teeth and said, I have a lot of boyfriends. If I want to change a TV series, I'll just change my boyfriend. I'm trying my best to get all the little fresh meats in the entertainment industry to sleep with. So, directors and scriptwriters, if there's any such TV series, remember to look for me. As long as there are little fresh meats, I'll give you guys a discount. Ha ha ha. The host burst into laughter again. However, he didn't let her off the hook. He stared at Lin Che and asked, so you really don't have any? Lin Che said, no, no one is chasing me. Do they think I don't have any meat? Actually, I have quite a lot of meat. You can only see it after I take it off. The people present burst into laughter at her bold words again. Lin Che, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. She comforted herself that the host was talking about her boyfriend. She really didn't have a boyfriend. Gu Jingze was her husband, not her boyfriend. She thought that she would say that if she were to be exposed one day. Qin Wanwan was still smiling at her. When the show ended, she looked at Lin Che and said, Lin Che, I'm sorry. I was a little flustered when the host suddenly asked me, but luckily I didn't say it out loud. Luckily, you handled it. It's okay, Lin Che said politely. I don't have a boyfriend anyway. What are you doing with Gu Jingyu? Qin Wanwan winked at her and smiled. Lin Che said, that's a misunderstanding. Gu Jingyu likes to spout nonsense. Alright. You guys know whether it's true or not, so I won't get involved. However, if this were to be exposed, wouldn't you and him be even more popular? Why don't you guys expose it? Is there some kind of insider information? Because we really don't. Lin Che said helplessly. Qin Wanwan said, forget it. I won't ask if you don't want to tell me. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. You and Gu Jingyu should be in a good relationship. I won't tell anyone, but you guys will have to announce it sooner or later. You might as well announce it so that I can celebrate it openly. I really don't. Forget it, I won't explain anymore. The more I explain, the more confusing it will be. After separating from Qin Wanwan, Yu Minmin came over and said, what's wrong with her? Why did she suddenly bring this up? Lin Che said, I'm not sure either. Shen Yuran said from behind, do you even need to ask? She must be trying to make things difficult for Lin Che on purpose. Why do I feel that she's so evil? She must be trying to make trouble for you. She'll be happy when she sees you stuttering and not knowing how to answer. Or, if you get anxious and say something that you shouldn't say, she'll be happy. Lin Che looked outside and took a deep breath. Forget it. Yu Minmin said, it's okay. Anyway, you've dealt with it. Lin Che, you've been performing well recently. You've improved in terms of adapting to the situation. I was forced to do something beyond my abilities. I don't know what to say at the moment. Shen Yuran said, the circle of the rich is really messy. They're always getting shot at. It's much more scheming than our office. Forget it. Do you think you're acting in a harem? Scheming against each other, Lin Che said as he looked at the young girl. A few days later, the show started to air. Because online programs tended to be a little more extreme, her words weren't edited and were directly broadcasted. Then, very quickly, it started to spread on the internet. Lin Che was sitting in the nanny van when he saw people commenting on the internet. After watching Lin Che's words, they felt that Lin Che was too funny. His words were too dirty, but they liked it. After that, the show also left a strong response on the internet. It became the episode with the highest viewership ratings in recent times, apart from the episode where Gu Jingyu participated. The production team quickly called Yu Minmin and thanked Lin Che. If it wasn't for her performance this time, the show wouldn't have such high viewership ratings. She went to save the situation and in the end, she did it so well. Lin Che scrolled to the part where the two fans were arguing. Lin Che's fans happily said that this time, Qin Wanwan was instantly defeated. Lin Che was a few minutes longer than Qin Wanwan in the preview. During the show, Lin Che also had more screen time. When it came to topics, Lin Che was also more eye-catching than Qin Wanwan. Look at how natural Lin Che was. Chapter 236. Lin Che looked at the comments speechlessly and said, why are they scolding me again? Yu Minmin said, you did a good job this time. The comments online are very good and it's good for your image. If Qin Wanwan really said those things on purpose, she would be furious. Yu Minmin didn't say that, but in her heart, she was thinking that this Lin Che would improvise whenever he had nothing better to do. Every time, he was lucky enough to play right into the audience's hands. It could be seen that Lin Che's personality was likable and easy to promote. Speaking of which, this girl had a kind of magical power. She could always make the people around her like her. Sometimes, she didn't even know why. While she was still in the nanny van, Gu Jingze called and said that he was waiting for her outside the company. Lin Che got out of the car and saw Gu Jingze in a black suit from afar. Under the deep night sky, it was as if he had blended into the night, making people feel a sense of coldness. His formal attire had golden edges and was perfectly inlaid. It gave off the feeling of a European aristocrat, and it set off the heroic spirit on his face, making people feel that he was full of nobility. It was so beautiful, like a handsome knight standing there. Lin Che got out of the car and was stunned for a moment before he walked forward. What? Her eyes flashed as she looked at him and said, what are you doing? Gu Jingze looked at Yu Minmin who was following behind and smiled as a sign. Yu Minmin shrugged and told Lin Che that she would be leaving first. Gu Jingze then said to Lin Che, there's a banquet that I need to attend with you. Ah, now? So sudden. Let's go. I'll take you to change first. Lin Che could only nod and follow him into the car. Looking at him from the side, he had a stiff side profile. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, but they shone brightly. His handsome face showed a bit of his usual indifference, and his thin lips were pursed, which made people have the urge to kiss him. What a good-looking man. No matter what clothes he wore, he would look handsome in different ways. What didn't change was his mysterious aura and gloomy aura, which made him extremely sexy. After changing their clothes, the two of them rushed to a hotel that they had been to before. It's a friend of my mother's. I had to come. Let's go in and take a look. If you're too tired, we'll leave, Gu Jingze said as he looked at Lin Che. Lin Che nodded. He had helped her so much in the past, there was nothing wrong with accompanying him to a banquet. If he was too polite, she would feel apologetic. It's okay. I don't have any activities today. I'm not tired at all. The two of them entered very quickly. The waiter helped Lin Che take off her fur coat and put it away. Inside, she was wearing a glowing spaghetti strap dress. It neatly hung on her shoulders, propping up her slightly protruding breasts. Gu Jingze's eyes lit up. His gaze followed the mermaid-like Lin Che. He only raised his head when he heard the waiter say, "We've arrived." Seeing the door open, he held her hand and walked inside with her. So many people, Lin Che exclaimed. Some people looked at Gu Jingze and then at the beauty beside him. Gu Jingze could feel that when those gazes fell on Lin Che, they were filled with a burning desire to possess her. Gu Jingze realized that Lin Che was indeed very beautiful. This kind of beauty, the more he looked at it, the more different it was from other women. Looking at Lin Che, then at the surrounding socialites who claimed to be outstanding beauties, he only felt that they were dull. When Lin Che wasn't dressed up, she looked incomparably clear. Once she wore a top, she exuded a hint of seductiveness. Different Lin Che had different attractiveness. For a moment, people felt that she was like an unearthed treasure. They didn't want to let go and wanted to continue exploring. Gu Jingze said, "Let's go. We'll go inside first." Lin Che nodded and said, "Hey, there are so many handsome men and beautiful women here. Do you think I should find a chance to find a good man for myself?" Gu Jingze's face darkened. He looked at Lin Che and said, "Lin Che." Lin Che turned around and said, "What's wrong? Don't you think I won't have a chance to meet such high-end people after we break up?" Gu Jingze was sullen. His tightly pursed lips showed his anger. "Isn't it too early to talk about breaking up? It might take a few more years before you find a chance to break up with me. But I'm not planning for a rainy day. Besides, a few years will pass in a flash. A day will pass in the blink of an eye, right? Oh right, what do you think of the man in the yellow suit over there?" Gu Jingze looked into the distance and said, "That one has a wife. With your taste, you should forget about it." "Has a wife? Forget it then. I don't actually have any other requirements. The most important thing is that he's rich and powerful." As Lin Che said that, she scratched those words on his palm. Then, she looked at him ambiguously and winked. Gu Jingze was stunned. He looked at Lin Che and said, "You're really..." Seeing Gu Jingze's impatient look when he heard those words, Lin Che thought it was funny. This man was too easy to tease. However, the next moment, he put his mouth close to Lin Che's ear and said, "Why? When did I not satisfy you? You still want a powerful one?" Lin Che blushed. "Get lost. What has it got to do with you? I'm not talking about you. If you still have the energy to fantasize about whether someone else is powerful or not, then it has something to do with me." As he said that, he pulled Lin Che and leaned against her back and said, "Which one do you think is better?" I think either one is fine," Lin Che said, but she felt Gu Jingze's hand caressing her exposed skin from behind. Her clothes were revealing a little. The rough touch made her feel as if an electric current had been ignited in her body. "You. What are you doing? There are people here." Lin Che blushed and moved her body away. Gu Jingze looked at her shy face and smiled devilishly. You're lucky to have met me at the beginning. I made you think that all the men in the world are powerful." His hand continued to wander around her back. Lin Che wanted to escape, but he wrapped his arms around her back and did not let her move. Although the two of them were upstairs in a more secluded place, there were people downstairs. It was really not good for her to move around. "I don't believe that a woman who has been developed by me can still adapt to someone else's size." As he said that, he blew into her ear. Lin Che's body trembled. She felt that she had already gone limp. Gu Jingze felt that her body seemed to have some kind of magic. After so many years of being pure and having few desires, after eating her once, he felt that he could no longer control himself when he touched her body again. It seemed that no matter how many times he touched her, it would not be enough. "Let's go somewhere else." Chapter 237. I can't. Lin Che cried. "Do you want to do it here?" Why do you always think about this? Who was the one who mentioned being rich first?" Lin Che didn't expect his body to be so sensitive. She pushed Lin Che to find a room nearby. Lin Che felt that she shouldn't be like this. Her rationality told her that she should stay away from this man. He was right. If she left him, she wouldn't be able to find someone better than him. It must be hard. But he didn't belong to her after all. She was greedy for a moment of warmth. It was a little, she felt that she shouldn't continue with him. However, his hand climbed onto her body after entering the room. Don't, Gu Jingze, we shouldn't do this, don't move. You can still end it quickly. Otherwise, you know how fast I am. Do you want to end the banquet without showing yourself?" As Lin Che listened to his words, he felt his earlobe being sucked into his mouth, and his body went limp. This man, what a demon. His gentle hands ignited her fire everywhere, making it difficult for her to resist in just a short while. "Call my name," he said. Gu Jingze, call me husband," he said. "Hubby, good, this is a good girl." He swallowed the words. He felt that he couldn't control his body anymore when he heard her call him like this. He just wanted to eat her up. "Say, you miss me." "I don't want to." "Say it quickly." Lin Che seemed to be unable to control his body as he tried his best to sketch. He cried out, "I miss you. I miss you." Hearing her magic call, he couldn't control himself anymore. After the baptism of the torrential storm, Lin Che was speechless as he thought that she had really lost. She shouldn't be like this, but she was brought into this abyss involuntarily. Thinking of how obediently she said, "Hubby, I miss you," just now, she felt that she might as well sleep until she died here. On the other side, Gu Jingze had already asked someone to bring clean clothes. Seeing that Lin Che was still sitting there, Gu Jingze changed his clothes and entered the room. "Why are you still here?" "I'm not going, She came to accompany him to the banquet out of goodwill, but she was eaten instead. "I'm not going." "Alright, since you like this bed so much, then I'll continue to stay here," he said as he turned over and got off the bed. Startled, Lin Che hurriedly jumped off the bed, wrapped himself in the blanket, and fled. Seeing her like this, Gu Jingze couldn't help but smile, but he said to her with a straight face, "Since you're here, hurry up and wash up." "Forget it." Lin Che accepted his fate and went over to put on his clothes. He looked at Gu Jingze, snorted, and hurried out. Gu Jingze followed her from behind, thinking that she probably didn't have the energy to think about how rich she was. She was indeed too energetic. It seemed that he still had to torture her a few more times in the future so that she wouldn't spout nonsense anymore. Lin Che changed her clothes, put on her makeup, and followed Gu Jingze out. She bit her lip and didn't want to talk to him. "I won't come to any parties with you next time," Gu Jingze felt refreshed and said, "Really? I kind of like going to parties now. Get lost." Lin Che felt that she couldn't act like a hooligan in front of him next time. Gu Jingze smiled at her and said, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. It's my fault that I don't listen to you every time I see you." Lin Che blushed, but her heart warmed involuntarily. On one hand, she felt that he was really very bad, but on the other hand, she was fascinated by him because of how bad he was. When he was bad, there was a hint of wickedness in his handsomeness. It was hard not to fall for him. Gu Jingze saw that Lin Che's clothes were still a little messy, so he reached out to undo her clothes. When he saw that there were still some marks on them, his heart skipped a beat, and he blamed himself for being rough. However, every time he was in love, he couldn't control himself. Gu Jingze's eyes darkened as he looked at Lin Che and said, "Sometimes I can't control myself. I'm sorry, but you can stop me next time." When Lin Che heard this, she looked down at herself and blushed slightly. "How could I stop you? When the lower half of your body starts to think, you're like a wild beast, okay?" When Gu Jingze heard this, he felt even more guilty and said, "All right, if you don't like this kind of place next time, I will respect your opinion." He took a deep breath and said, "Sometimes, I really can't control myself when I see you. Really, Lin Che, I'm also a human, and I can also lose my rationality. I hope you can understand, so if you're unhappy, you can tell me. I will be more careful next time." Lin Che looked at him and saw him blaming himself. She thought to herself, actually, it's not a big deal. She didn't control herself well either, so she said, "It's okay. Sometimes, this kind of thing can't be helped. However, I hope that this will bring you joy and not embarrassment. I'm not with you because I want you to become a tool for me to vent my emotions. Lin Che, if I'm wrong, you don't have to bear the consequences. I'll improve." Lin Che looked at him, touched. "Fool. You're the fool." What? If he wanted to improve on this kind of thing, how could he not be a fool? Seeing his dazed look, Lin Che rolled his eyes at him. But then, a person's silhouette emerged from inside, spoiling the atmosphere at the right time. It also clearly told her that Gu Jingze didn't belong to her alone, and that they were only contracted. Even if Gu Jingze was willing to give up the woman he loved for her, they were still a contract. Mo Huiling walked out from inside, dressed in red. What was shocking was that there was actually a man beside her. The man was delicate and handsome, tall and thin. He looked refined, and was also the kind of man that people would notice at a glance. He leaned against Mo Huiling intimately and said these words. That scene now looked a little strange. Perhaps, she was a little unused to the fact that Mo Huiling actually had another man by her side, and this man wasn't even Gu Jingze. Thinking of Gu Jingze, she raised her head and looked at him. She was very shocked when she saw him, let alone him. However, when she raised her head, she saw that he was still narrowing his eyes, his jaw was tightly clenched, and his gaze was fixed on the couple, Gu Jingze. Lin Che raised his head and called his name. However, on the other side, Mo Huiling had already glanced over. Looking at the two of them, a hint of satisfaction from revenge flashed across Mo Huiling's face. She held the man beside her with one hand and looked in Gu Jingze's direction. She couldn't help but curl one side of her lips. Chapter 238. She deliberately found this man to show him that without Gu Jingze, there were still many men pursuing her. The man in front of him was one of the good ones. She held the man's arm and smiled as she walked closer. Gu Jingze frowned and took a few steps forward. Mo Huiling smiled at him. Hey, Jingze, you're here for the banquet too. Why didn't I see you just now? Gu Jingze stared at the man next to him. He knew this man. They had a chance to work together before, but they had parted ways and their relationship wasn't good. Mo Huiling should know this too. At that time, they had gone to Country X together, and that was how she got to know him, Li Mingyu. But now, she was actually standing with him. How could Gu Jingze feel comfortable about this? Li Mingyu came over and greeted Gu Jingze. President Gu, long time no see. Sigh, when did you get a beauty by your side? But it's understandable. Don't I have a beauty by my side too? Oh, I forgot. You two know each other. Mo Huiling stared at Gu Jingze. When she saw the coldness in Gu Jingze's deep eyes, she knew that he was angry. He still knew how to be angry. She suddenly felt a sense of hope and pleasure. She felt very happy that Gu Jingze would be angry at her for being with another man. His anger proved that he still cared about her. Mo Huiling said, "All right, Li Mingyu, stop joking. I'm just friends with Jingze now." She emphasized the word friends as she stared at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze was naturally angry. He looked at Li Mingyu and didn't say a word. Li Mingyu's gaze fell on Lin Che, and he was stunned. She didn't expect that Gu Jingze would find such a beautiful woman. Lin Che just watched from the side. Before she could say anything, Gu Jingze had already pulled her out. Sigh, Gu Jingze. Lin Che had no choice but to leave. Gu Jingze brought Lin Che to the dining area. Gu Jingze said, "Don't mind them. Let's just eat." Lin Che looked back and said, "Maybe that's Miss Mo's new boyfriend." "Yes," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said, "Aren't you going to ask Miss Mo?" "It might not be too late to ask her now. There's nothing to ask. She should have her own future anyway." But, Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze's dark face. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard Mo Huiling's voice behind him. "Jingze." Mo Huiling walked over. Lin Che was stunned. He saw Gu Jingze frowning. He was still angry. But this anger should be jealousy in jealousy, right? Lin Che hurriedly said tactfully, "Oh, you guys chat first. I'll go look for a drink over there." Gu Jingze watched as Lin Che lifted her dress and left. He still didn't look at Mo Huiling. Mo Huiling said, "Jingze, what are you doing? Why aren't you saying anything? We've already broken up. It shouldn't be a problem for me to find another man now, right?" Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling and said, "Indeed, it's nothing. But you should know about our past. We've had our differences. Moreover, he's not a good person. I've told you before. Why are you still with him? So what if he's not a good person? I think it's normal for men to have some tricks up their sleeves in the business world. I think he's very capable." "Huiling, how can you think that way?" Gu Jingze frowned and said, "There are tricks up his sleeves in the business world, but they're definitely not treacherous like him. I just don't want you to be deceived." Gu Jingze closed his eyes and looked over there. He took a deep breath and said, "Forget it. If you think it's nothing, then it's nothing. I just hope that you won't regret it. Take care of yourself. If something happens to you here, you can ask me for help. Just don't be deceived and used by him." It was rare for Mo Huiling to see him so agitated. She was overjoyed with her plan. "What can I do?" "Jingze, remember, no matter what I do, you're the one who betrayed me first. You're the one who abandoned me first. In the future, any outstanding man I find will have to do with you. You can't abandon me and stop me from finding someone more outstanding. I think he's handsome, rich and capable. He's a rare good man." Mo Huiling left immediately after she finished speaking. Gu Jingze just looked at her and shook his head silently. He was indeed angry. He reached out for the glass and took a sip of water. Then he turned around to look for Lin Che. Although he wanted Mo Huiling to find another man and give her a new life, it was a different thing to think about it and see it for real. Moreover, he felt that Huiling was giving up on her future just to find another man to anger him. How could Huiling be so irrational and willful? He felt a little sad and disappointed for Mo Huiling. He felt very complicated at the moment. After taking revenge on Gu Jingze, Mo Huiling quickly returned to Li Mingyu's place. Li Mingyu said, "Did you really break up with Gu Jingze?" "Ha, how could you? You used to tell me that Gu Jingze is rich, powerful, handsome, and the strongest man in the world, so you'd definitely marry him. Are you going to give up just like that?" "It's none of your business." Mo Huiling said angrily, "He's just temporarily fooled. Look at the woman he found. She's ugly, disgusting, and has no elegance. She's a disgrace to Jingze. He'll regret it one day." Li Mingyu looked at Lin Che, who was laughing with someone. "How could that be? I think she's really good looking. She has a beautiful face and is very special." Mo Huiling was even more furious when she heard this man praising Lin Che. "But she's just a commoner. Do you know what a commoner is? She's a vixen. I don't know where she came from." Mo Huiling snorted. Okay. She's a commoner. I understand." Mo Huiling looked at this man. In the beginning, she found him because he had a grudge with Gu Jingze. She thought that a man who could go against Gu Jingze must be very capable. However, looking at him now, he was actually not as charming as Gu Jingze. His influence in Country H was not bad, but how could Country H compare to Country C, let alone in terms of money? When she wasn't standing with Gu Jingze, the contrast was not so obvious. Now that she looked at him together, she really felt that there was no one in this world who was as strong and perfect as Gu Jingze. However, Gu Jingze was standing beside Lin Che now. Chapter 239. Mo Huiling glared at the man in front of her and turned to walk out. "Hey, Huiling, where are you going? The banquet is not over yet. Alright, don't follow me. I'm annoyed when I see you." Li Mingyu's eyes twinkled as he looked at Mo Huiling. Mo Huiling was not bad looking, but there were many women who were prettier than her. Li Mingyu felt that she was not the most attractive one. However, everyone knew about Mo Huiling and Gu Jingze. Li Mingyu liked her so much because he knew that she was Gu Jingze's woman. A woman who could fool around with Gu Jingze must be very attractive. Li Mingyu looked at Mo Huiling meaningfully. No matter how bad her temper was, he could only tolerate it. After all, she was Gu Jingze's woman. "Alright, Huiling, are you still jealous because of Gu Jingze? Are you jealous because he has another woman by his side?" "Ha, I was the one who suggested the breakup. I'm not jealous. Although he has another woman by his side, his heart is still with me. Didn't you see how angry he was just now?" Mo Huiling thought of how angry he was just now, and she felt even happier. It seemed that her move was right. Which man did not have the desire to fight for her? On the other side, Gu Jingze watched Li Mingyu and Mo Huiling disappear from the hall. He did not chase after them. He just stood there, wondering why he was so angry. Maybe he was angry because he cared about her. Lin Che held the champagne glass in his hand and looked around. Mo Huiling was nowhere to be seen. Gu Jingze, dressed in black, stood there with a gloomy expression on his face. He didn't seem to fit in with the warm atmosphere at all. Lin Che said, "Gu Jingze, you..." Gu Jingze turned his head and said, "I'm angry." "Yes, I know that we have broken up and I have nothing to be angry about. But I still feel angry, especially when I see that Li Mingyu. That trash, how could Mo Huiling like to be with that trash? This kind of feeling made him very depressed. In the past, Mo Huiling liked him, but now she was with trash. He always felt as if his quality had been dragged down and mixed with that kind of trash. Lin Che said, "It's natural to be angry. It's very normal. You're not a saint, nor are you made of steel. You're also a human. Of course you'll be angry." She thought that he and Mo Huiling didn't separate because they had a falling out, but because they had no other choice. It was normal for him to be angry and sad. Gu Jingze looked at the time. He didn't want to continue watching Mo Huiling give up on herself, so he said to Lin Che, "Let's go. Since you've already been here, consider it giving my mother face. Since you've already been here, let's go." "Oh, okay." Lin Che and Gu Jingze wanted to leave early, so the host of the banquet did not dare to object. He sent Lin Che and Gu Jingze out and watched them leave respectfully before returning. The Gu family. At night, Gu Jingze sent Lin Che back and left. Lin Che returned to her room alone. She didn't know what Gu Jingze was doing. He only said that he was going to meet someone. Lin Che thought, "Who is it? Mo Huiling. It must be her. Is he regretting and wants to restore their relationship?" Lin Che knew that she really didn't have the right to care about this, but she was still angry. There was a sour feeling in her heart. She couldn't help but wonder if she was jealous. Could it be that she had really fallen for him? However, she knew that he was only with her out of responsibility and obligation. The guilt he felt towards her made him give up the woman he loved. His own sense of responsibility made him treat her very well. How could she be so stupid to fall for him? Maybe she was just used to it. Chen Yuqing was still in the laboratory when Gu Jingze strode in. "Hey, President Gu, what are you doing here in my cold and lonely laboratory instead of cuddling with your wife?" Gu Jingze leaned against a lab table. "Huiling's new boyfriend is Li Mingyu." "Ah. That man you mentioned before, the one who played dirty with you, the one who tried to drug you and give you your woman." "That's right. So she likes this kind of divination." "Dr. Chen." Gu Jingze reminded Chen Yuqing of his identity as a doctor. "Oh, okay. So, you are very sad now." "Yes, I am very angry," Gu Jingze said. "I also feel that I have wronged Lin Che. I promised Lin Che that I wouldn't have anything to do with her anymore, but I still can't control myself." "President Gu, now you have to understand why you are angry with her. Do you simply feel that you are not satisfied with the person she has found, or do you feel that you will not be satisfied with anyone she has found?" "I feel that I am not satisfied with the person she has found." "Then what are you going to do?" "I hope that they can break up." "Then do it. There is no point in asking me to come." "Does this mean that I still have feelings for her?" Gu Jingze looked at Chen Yuqing. Chen Yuqing said, "President Gu, it is not wrong to have feelings for her. After all, you have been with her for a long time. It is normal to have feelings for her. Habits are not formed in a day, and it is not easy to forget someone. Although you do not feel the urgency for her anymore, it is normal for you to still have feelings for her." Gu Jingze said, "Forget it. Let me think it through." Gu Jingze thought, the most important thing right now, he just hoped that Mo Huiling wouldn't waste time with that trash anymore. That trash, he had to let her leave that man, otherwise, he would only feel that she had insulted not only herself, but also their past feelings. Mo Huiling suddenly received a call from Gu Jingze and was very happy. She put down Li Mingyu and ran to meet Gu Jingze. Mo Huiling specially dressed up and invited him to a 24-hour night snack shop that they used to eat together. After entering the door, she saw that Gu Jingze was indeed there. She smiled and pounced on Gu Jingze's back, hugging him. Gu Jingze felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He quickly pushed Mo Huiling away. He endured the feeling and said to Mo Huiling, "Huiling, what are you doing?" Mo Huiling looked up at Gu Jingze. "Why are you looking for me in the middle of the night?" Wasn't it because he was unhappy that she had a boyfriend? He must be here to ask her to break up with him, she thought. Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling. "Are you really going to date Li Mingyu?" Mo Huiling snorted and turned her head away arrogantly. Although she was overjoyed, she still looked gloomy. "What's wrong? Why do you care who I am looking for? I can't force you to look for anyone. However, I still feel that I should come and advise you. Otherwise, it will be too late for me to advise you after you destroy yourself. If that happens, I will blame myself for the rest of my life. Huiling, it is not too late for you to rein in your horse before the precipice." Chapter 240. "No, I don't want to," Mo Huiling said. "You've already broken up with me. What gives you the right to meddle in my business?" Mo Huiling turned around and pouted. "I've already broken up with you. I don't have the right to say anything about you. If you want to find a boyfriend, you can find one. I know many good men here and I can introduce them to you slowly." "What?" Before Gu Jingze could finish his words, Mo Huiling interrupted him. "Forget it. I don't need you to introduce anyone. What if you don't like anyone I'm with?" Mo Huiling thought that he was really good at finding excuses. If he didn't want her to find him, then he wouldn't have said that he would introduce her to someone. He still cared about her, otherwise he wouldn't have come to see her in the middle of the night. "Huiling, I'm doing this for your own good. If it weren't for the sake of our friendship. I watched you grow up, so I can't bear to see you go astray. But if you insist on not listening to me, then I can't do anything about it," Gu Jingze said. Mo Huiling snorted. If he liked her, then so be it. If he still had feelings for her, he could have just said it out of consideration of their friendship. Mo Huiling knew that Gu Jingze still cared about her. She looked at Gu Jingze. "If you really don't want me to go astray, don't give up on me. Let me continue to be your girlfriend." Gu Jingze frowned. "Haven't we already made it clear? I know you don't want to leave Lin Che. It's okay. You have your own needs. I can't touch you. You can continue to be with Lin Che. I just want to be by your side. Are you crazy?" Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling in disbelief. He didn't expect her to say that. "So what? Don't you know that there are many people like this out there? A man can have a few women outside. It's not a big deal. I don't care, so why should you?" Gu Jingze stared at her fiercely. He couldn't believe that Mo Huiling would say something like that. Since when did she have such a perverted idea? "All right, stop it," Gu Jingze said and walked out. He couldn't accept Mo Huiling like that. Mo Huiling held Gu Jingze's hand tightly and said, "Gu Jingze, do you dare to say that you have no feelings for me at all? You love me, but because you can't touch me, you can't be with me. Enough. How many times do I have to say it before you understand? Lin Che and I are not in that kind of relationship." He did have feelings for Lin Che, but it was not purely sexual. He could tell. Mo Huiling made up her mind and ran towards the driveway. She shouted at Gu Jingze, "If you really don't feel anything, just leave me alone." Gu Jingze saw a car speeding down the road. As soon as the light came on, he ran towards the road. Mo Huiling didn't expect that the car wouldn't stop. She was pushed aside by Gu Jingze, and Gu Jingze fell down with her. Mo Huiling was overjoyed. She thought to herself, "You still love me after all." Then, she kissed him hard on the lips. Gu Jingze didn't expect this to happen. Mo Huiling had only touched it once, but it hadn't even gone deep yet, and he was already disgusted. He only felt that it was unbelievably dirty. Then, he vomited at the side. Mo Huiling was shocked again. She was completely stunned. Why was it getting worse every time? What was wrong with his illness, at home? Not long after Lin Che lay down, he heard Chen Yuqing call him. Speaking of Gu Jing's illness, Chen Yuqing hoped that Lin Che would go to his studio immediately. Lin Che was speechless. He didn't have time to think about anything else and quickly changed his clothes. In Chen Yuqing's studio, Gu Jingze vomited a few mouthfuls of water. When he thought of the feeling of Mo Huiling on his mouth, he couldn't help but vomit again. Mo Huiling was a little disgusted. She wanted to go over and help him, but when she saw him standing in the sink and vomiting so dirty, she didn't want to go near him. Gu Jingze knew that it was dirty. Although there was nothing substantial because he didn't eat anything that night, and what he vomited was all water, he was still dirty. Behind him, Mo Huiling didn't know that her expression had completely appeared in the mirror above the sink. Gu Jingze turned around and said, "You can go out first. Don't worry about me." However, when he turned around, he saw her lips again. Suddenly, he felt disgusted again. Mo Huiling stood there and didn't do anything. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, "You can't do this. I'll ask the servants to help you clean up." Gu Jingze said, "Forget it. There are no servants here. They are all staff." Mo Huiling looked at Gu Jingze and didn't dare to go forward. She thought to herself, "This is Gu Jingze. He's so rich, so handsome, so powerful, and he's always so sexy. Have you forgotten? He's just a little embarrassed now." However, Mo Huiling couldn't do it. Just then, she heard someone say that Mrs. Gu was here. Lin Che was here. Mo Huiling's eyes lit up and she hurried out. Lin Che rushed over in a hurry, but he saw Mo Huiling coming out at a glance. Lin Che was stunned. He felt as if he had been poured with cold water. So this was the cause of the illness. She laughed coldly. She must have been an idiot to have come all the way here from home. Mo Huiling said, "You came at the right time. Jingze is in a serious condition. Go and have a look." As she spoke, she squinted her eyes and raised her eyebrows arrogantly. "It's time for you to go over. Otherwise, why did Jingze marry you? Isn't it because he likes you? He won't act up even if you touch him." Lin Che snorted and looked at Mo Huiling. "I was wondering why he vomited. So it's because of Miss Mo, you." Mo Huiling glared at him angrily. "Jingze is having an illness. What do you know?" Lin Che glanced at Mo Huiling and brushed past her as he walked over. She saw Gu Jingze in the mirror with one hand on the wall. His pale face was reflected in the mirror. Even at this moment, his eyes didn't show any signs of discomfort. However, he had vomited too much. His red lips were now pale. Although Lin Che wanted to scold him, he still walked over quickly. Forget it. He would vomit to death if he continued like this. Lin Che walked over and held Gu Jingze's arm with one hand. Gu Jingze lifted his hand. He still felt uncomfortable. He closed his eyes and looked at Lin Che. "Don't come near me. It's very dirty." Lin Che was stunned. He felt even more uncomfortable when he saw the embarrassment on his face. She didn't let go, but still held his hand tightly. She supported him and said, "What's so dirty about it? Didn't you just spit out some bitterness? It's still something in your body, how dirty can it be? Let's go, I'll help you over there. You're really good at complaining about being dirty at this time." Gu Jingze raised his head and looked at Lin Che with a deep and serene gaze. He stared at her without blinking, which made Lin Che feel a little scorching. Chapter 241. Why are you looking at me? Lin Che said, let's go. Gu Jingze only smiled. His hand was still in her arms as she supported him to the lounge. He raised his hand. I can't be here. I'm still feeling a little uncomfortable. He felt even uglier as he thought about it. No one had ever seen him like this before. Gu Jingze had always thought highly of himself, and he definitely had the right to do so. In front of everyone, he was always elegant and calm. But now, because of this illness, he didn't like to show weakness, but now he felt that he was being despised. He didn't want Lin Che to see this terrible side of him. Lin Che stopped his hand. It's so uncomfortable inside. There's a basin here. If you want to vomit, you can vomit into it. I'll just pour it away. Oh yeah, there's water here. You can use it to wash your mouth. She lowered her head and said, when I was young, my mom would do this to me when I ate random things and vomited. I'll be fine after lying down for a while. Don't eat anything for now. You can eat after you've vomited. Then you won't vomit anymore. Gu Jingze continued to stare at her. Lin Che raised his head, looked into his deep eyes, and said indifferently, why are you staring at me? Gu Jingze took a deep breath and looked at her. Silly, don't you think it's dirty? Can't you just ask the servants to take care of me? There are servants in the house anyway. Lin Che was stunned. She glared at him and said, what's there to be disgusted about? Didn't I vomit on you before? Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. She understood. He was the pride of the heavens and had a perfect life. But because of this strange illness, he had to show such a weak side in front of others. He probably didn't feel good about it. So he probably didn't want the servants to see him in such a sorry state. Gu Jingze slowly held her hand. Lin Che stared blankly for a moment, then felt his hand slowly being held in his palm. He slowly rubbed her hand, feeling his heart gradually calming down. The sky had already turned completely dark, and the night was boundless. The people in the room had all left, and the two of them sat there, enjoying a moment of peace. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Che was too tired and Gu Jingze was fine, so she fell asleep on the side. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che, lowered his head and gently brushed away the hair on her forehead. He looked at her silly face and smiled faintly. Outside, the bodyguard seemed to have something to say, so he looked inside and made a simple gesture. Gu Jingze's eyes deepened, and he gently pressed a kiss on Lin Che's forehead before walking out. Sir, Miss Mo is still outside. The bodyguard said. Gu Jingze frowned deeply. When Gu Jingze walked out, he saw Mo Huiling sitting on the sofa in the studio with a cup of coffee beside her. She hurriedly stood up and said, Jingze, are you all right? You scared me to death just now. But I know it's because of me, so I can't go in and touch you, so I asked Lin Che to. Miss Mo, I remember you said the same thing the last time. Are you afraid that something will happen to President Gu, or are you afraid that something will happen to you, so you pushed the blame to Lin Che? Chen Yuqing, who was leaning against the sofa lazily, suddenly said. Gu Jingze turned around and looked at her deeply. The last time. Mo Huiling's eyes darkened. She glared at Chen Yuqing and hurriedly said, What nonsense is he talking about? He's just a doctor. What right does he have to stand here when I'm talking to you? Gu Jingze's face tensed up. He looked at Mo Huiling and suddenly felt an unprecedented disgust for her. Although he could understand that she was a rich heiress and couldn't bear a lot of things, he couldn't stop the disgust from spreading in his heart. All right, Huiling, stop messing around. I don't care who you want to be with or marry, I won't care about you in the future. It's getting late now, you should go back. His cold voice did not have a trace of warmth. Mo Huiling panicked. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Jingze, don't listen to others provoking us. That's enough, Huiling. Do you want to go home on your own, or should I get someone to send you home?" Gu Jingze's expression was cold and it made her feel a chill down her spine. What he meant was, do you want to leave on your own, or do I force you to leave? Mo Huiling gritted her teeth. She felt that she had already gotten what she wanted today, so she snorted in Chen Yuqing's direction. Then she stomped her feet and turned to leave the room. Chen Yuqing snorted. Although he was a doctor and shouldn't meddle in other people's business, he couldn't bear to see Lin Che bear the responsibility for her every time. Gu Jingze looked in the direction Mo Huiling left. He thought about the girl who had been following him around tirelessly when he was young. He closed his eyes and thought that he should stop caring about Mo Huiling. Perhaps Mo Huiling was no longer the Mo Huiling he knew in the past. He was just clinging to the past. By the time Lin Che woke up, it was already the next morning. She saw that there was no one beside her. She was still covered by his clothes and smelled his familiar fragrance. She had only slept for a few hours, so she wasn't feeling well. She rubbed her eyes and got up, thinking about everything that had happened yesterday. She quickly got up and ran out. "Madam, sir asked me to bring you your favorite food. Please wash up and eat it." The servants had actually brought the food prepared by the chef. Lin Che looked at it and nodded blankly. "Oh, okay. Where's your husband?" "Sir has gone to deal with some matters and hasn't come back yet. However, he told us to let you eat first and then bring you home. There will be a family gathering tomorrow and the day after. It's almost the new year. Madam, you should take a break from work." Lin Che thought about it in a daze. She went out to deal with some matters so early. She wondered what he was dealing with. She nodded and said, "Yes, I don't have much work to do." By the time he got to the interview, it was already his last job. The rest had already been pushed to the end of the year. It was the new year and she didn't have to attend the Spring Festival Gala. Naturally, she was going to rest. Meanwhile, Gu Jingze was in his office. Listening to Mo Huiling's continuous calls, he simply picked up the phone and said, "Huiling, this is the last time I'll take a call from you. From now on, I won't care about your affairs anymore, and I won't have any contact with you. I hope you can understand and don't call me again." After saying that, he thought about it for a moment and decided to blacklist her name. Only then did he realize that his frustration and anger yesterday was only because he realized that Mo Huiling was no longer the Mo Huiling he had imagined. Although he felt that he was a little cruel, he really hated Mo Huiling. He didn't want to hear her name again. Now that he thought of her lips, he felt like vomiting. Chapter 242. After Lin Che returned home from the studio, Gu Jingze was still busy and hadn't returned. He heard that the closer the year was to the end of the year, the more things there were to do in the office. He didn't even have time to rest. Lin Che was watching TV at home and saw that the Spring Festival Gala was at its final rehearsal. Qin Wanwan's figure was on the TV. This made Qin Wanwan, who had been quiet for a few days, once again become the focus of attention. Among a bunch of old faces, a new face was of course very noticeable. In the news, it was probably a press release from Qin Wanwan's team, which made Qin Wanwan sound like she was about to enter the A-list. Later, it was Xian Xiaoyuan, who was also from Lin Che's company, who would also be participating in the Spring Festival Gala. When she was interviewed, she kept saying that she had participated in the gala a few times, but she still felt very honored. Knowing that she was from the same company as Lin Che, the reporters asked her how she felt about the younger generation in the company, especially Lin Che. Xian Xiaoyuan seized the opportunity and said directly, Oh, I only know that she and Gu Jingyu are very close, right? With Gu Jingyu taking care of her, she shouldn't be too bad. The two of them are very close, but she recently took a leave and won't be participating during the spring festival. I don't know why she suddenly took a leave, but I don't know if there's something wrong with her body. This was supposed to be nothing, but not long after the report came out, there was a rumor on the internet that Lin Che, who hadn't been out for a few days, might be pregnant and was resting at home. Lin Che wanted to curse. He saw that it was posted by a Weibo verified account, saying that someone had revealed that Lin Che was indeed resting and had cancelled all her activities. The company's big sister had also confirmed that she had taken a leave from the company. The verified account even made a very suggestive guess. Whose child could it be? The few people who had worked with her before were listed, including Gu Jingyu. Among them, everyone knew that Gu Jingyu was the one who had the closest relationship with her. So in just half a day, everyone started guessing that Lin Che was pregnant with Gu Jingyu's child. Are you kidding me? Can't you let me rest properly? Yu Minmin quickly called Lin Che. Although she was resting, Yu Minmin didn't have a holiday, nor did she take the initiative to take a vacation. She was still working in the company. Lin Che said, "What the hell are those people doing? How did I get pregnant out of nowhere?" Yu Minmin had no choice but to say, "We've already released a statement saying that you're not pregnant. This should be Axian Xiaoyuan's doing. She wants to defame you and Gu Jingyu for having an illicit relationship. She wants to say that you two have an underground relationship or something like that." She had indeed seen many people saying that she had given birth to Gu Jingyu's illegitimate child on purpose. She had relied on Gu Jingyu to climb up to the top, and now that she was hugging his thigh, she even wanted to give birth to his child. Are you saying that I sold my body to get here? Lin Che was speechless. Yu Minmin was also speechless. Alright, you go ahead with your work. The Gu family will be very busy at the end of the year. Come out in the afternoon and let's pose for a photo. Tell everyone that you're fine and can't go out because you're pregnant. Remember not to wear that fat down jacket of yours. It's just that people are saying that you're covering up your belly on purpose. Can you wear something a little more revealing today? Lin Che could only twitch his lips and agree. When she went out, she purposely wore a beautiful, tight-fitting outfit. She didn't wear a jacket on such a cold day, and she still had to look good on the road. Lin Che cursed Axian Xiaoyuan in his heart. He thought that he must have said a few words to her during the annual meeting, which made her hate him. After putting on a pose with much difficulty, Gu Jingze called to say that he had recovered and was coming to pick her up to go to the Gu residence for the new year. When Gu Jingze came from afar, he saw Lin Che shivering in thin clothes. His heart sank. He quickly got out of the car and walked to Lin Che's side. "What are you doing?" Lin Che said, "There's a son of a bitch on the internet saying that I'm pregnant. I'm here to prove that I'm not pregnant." Ah Chio. As she said that, she sneezed on Gu Jingze's face, spraying saliva all over it. Gu Jingze gritted his teeth and looked at her. Lin Che. She was so stupid. How could she not sneeze when she was wearing so little? He took off his jacket with one hand and put it on her. With the other hand, he covered her body. "I'm still far from being pregnant, right?" He looked down at her flat stomach and smiled. "Some people are already looking forward to it. Does that mean we should work harder?" Lin Che's face darkened. "Who wants to have a child with you?" Gu Jingze smiled and wrapped his arms around Lin Che. He felt her hair rubbing against his face. He turned around and smiled. He felt that her hair was really soft. It only tickled his face, but it didn't sting at all. After entering the Gu residence, Lin Che saw that the atmosphere of the new year had suddenly become more intense. Because the surroundings were decorated in a festive manner, it suddenly looked like the new year. The older he got, the more he felt that the new year was boring. Looking at it now, he seemed to recall the feeling of the new year when he was young. Lin Che said, "I haven't seen such lanterns in a long time. Your house is so beautiful." Gu Jingzi said, "Really?" He didn't think much of it in the past. It was probably because it was done every year and he was already used to it. Lin Che reached out to touch the small lantern. "When I was young, I loved the new year too. Every year when it was time, I would paste couplets and buy firecrackers with the nanny. I was very happy when my father gave me a red packet at night. I was very happy, but then," Lin Che paused. Her little face looked a little self-deprecating. Gu Jingzi looked down at her. "What's wrong?" "My father always gave me a red packet of 10 yuan. I thought that was a huge sum of money. After I grew up, I realized that he gave Lin Li and Lin Li thousands of yuan. The 10 yuan he gave me was the same as the red packet he gave the nanny. So I didn't look forward to the new year anymore." Gu Jingzi looked at her and his eyes slowly darkened. He seemed to be thinking about something and didn't speak for a long time. Lin Che said, "But my father might not be so cruel. It was my aunt who didn't allow him to give it to me. After all, I'm just an illegitimate child." Gu Jingzi said, "Let's go in." "Oh yeah, why did someone say that you're pregnant today? I get angry when I talk about it. An idiot from the company said that I'm pregnant. I'm such a young and beautiful person, but they said that I'm pregnant. There must have been some conflict during the last meal." "Really?" Gu Jingzi's eyes flashed and he nodded. He didn't say anything and led her into the newly decorated living room. Inside, Mu Wanqing was chatting and eating with her family. There were really a lot of people in the Gu family. Until now, Lin Che hadn't really recognized all of them. However, probably because of Gu Jingzi's status and ability, everyone became polite when they saw the two of them enter. In an instant, the two of them became the focus of the family. Chapter 243. When Mu Wanqing saw that Lin Che had arrived, she ignored everyone else and pulled Lin Che over to chat with her. They were so intimate that the other women of the Gu family who were watching from behind were jealous. However, she was someone else's daughter-in-law. Although there were many people in the Gu family, there weren't many who could reach the top like the three Gu brothers. Everyone could only look at those who stood at the top and squeeze their heads, wanting to say a few words to Mu Wanqing, to be intimate, to join their conversation, and to flatter her. Mu Wanqing was still staring at Lin Che's stomach. She heard from the servants that the two of them had been very intimate recently. They were flirting with each other. It seemed like good things were coming. However, there was still no movement. It was impossible for her to say that she was not anxious. However, having a child was a matter between husband and wife after all, so it wasn't good for her to press him too much. She could only look at Lin Che and say, "I had someone make some nourishing soup, take it back to nourish yourself." Lin Che laughed dryly, "All right Mom, thank you Mom. Mom isn't rushing you. Don't worry, you can play as long as you want. Of course, if you accidentally get pregnant, hee, don't try to hide it from me." "Of course not." Lin Che could only feel even more awkward. Gu Jingzi's face darkened as he said, "Mom, aren't you just rushing him?" Mu Wanqing said, "Go, useless guy." Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che with a passionate gaze. All right. Does it mean that I'm useless if I can't have children? Then I'll give birth. From tomorrow onwards, I'll stay in bed with Lin Che and work hard every day, okay?" Lin Che's face turned red. What was Gu Jingzi talking about? Mu Wanqing said, Do you really think I'm forcing you guys? I'm not here because you guys haven't given birth yet. I always feel that there's something I haven't done, so I keep thinking about it. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che, who didn't dare to speak, and said to Mu Wanqing, "All right, Mom, I promise you that one day, I will let you have grandchildren. 3, 4 at a time. Believe in my ability. Lin Che knows that ordinary people can't compare to me." Mu Wanqing looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. This kid even knew how to tease people now. It seemed that the two of them were really close to a happy ending. She looked at Gu Jingze with a smile. She was very happy that they had a good relationship. Lin Che also raised his head in shock. Was Gu Jingze crazy? What nonsense was he making promises here? And you're still spouting nonsense about it. However, Lin Che thought that perhaps he wanted to deliberately create an image of him and Lin Che in love. It was the Lunar New Year, so she should let her parents feel at ease. However, what was the use of a momentary peace of mind? She couldn't help but look at Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing was actually very good to her. Lin Che blamed herself. She really didn't have the heart to say that she wouldn't give birth to Gu Jingze's child. Although they had sex, it was just a contract marriage without emotional ties. If they gave birth to a child, they would be separated sooner or later. What about the child? No matter how stupid she was, she knew that she shouldn't have done this. Moreover, Gu Jingze was a smart man. He had taken precautions every time. He wouldn't make a mistake. There would be no accidents, no children. However, she knew this in her heart, but she couldn't tell Mu Wanqing these words. Soon, old Master Gu arrived. The Gu family's banquets were all family banquets, but all the branches of the Gu family were present. Hence, the Gu residence was very lively today. At night, Lin Che and Mu Wanqing sat in the middle. Seeing so many people today, she felt a little uncomfortable. It was the first time she had spent the Lunar New Year in a big family. She felt like she was sitting in the middle, and she was being looked at with envy, jealousy, suspicion, and all sorts of other gazes. Fortunately, she had enjoyed such gazes in the entertainment industry for a while. Otherwise, she would have run away long ago. During the Gu family's New Year, they would also give out red envelopes. While watching TV, Lin Che saw Qin Wanwan perform on the night of the Spring Festival. She was singing a new song, and it sounded very nice. It seemed like it would be popular. Qin Wanwan was wearing a red dress, and she looked very pretty. At the end of the Lunar New Year, the fireworks outside had already given up. Lin Che saw the fireworks blossoming above his head. It was shockingly beautiful. Mu Wanqing said quickly, "Hurry up and go see. There are fireworks at home." Lin Che said quickly, "They are at home. I'll go take a look." Seeing this, Gu Jingze stood up and followed. Outside, the fireworks were everywhere. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che from behind. "Aren't you going to take your red packet and see how much money you got this time?" Lin Che then remembered the red packet. "Oh yeah, I want to see. It must be a huge sum this time." She took it out and looked at it. She exclaimed, 10 million. I'm not dreaming, am I? Seeing her happy face, Gu Jingze also smiled. She was really a little miser. This is just a gift from Grandpa. Mom should have some too. Hearing Mu Wanqing, Lin Che felt a little sorry for her. Just then, a warm body leaned against her from behind. At home, he wore very little. He only had a thin shirt. Pressing against her back, his hand slid directly into her clothes from below. She couldn't help but shiver when she felt the stimulation. An unbearable feeling poured into the top of her head. Unknowingly, her lower abdomen had already heated up. He licked his lips from the back of her neck. Lin Che felt her whole body shrink. His hot lips made her feel uneasy, and her heart softened. No, didn't Mom tell us to work harder? Lin Che felt him grab her hand and pull her into his embrace. She sat down on his lap. The wetness in the middle made him even more excited, and he kissed her lips. Why not? You obviously want me. Lin Che greedily enjoyed the feeling of his lips and teeth against hers. Every inch of her skin seemed to be greedy for his warmth. It expanded, and she almost cried out. But, no, she couldn't do this anymore. If she continued, she would really fall for him and fall in love with him. But the person in his heart wasn't her. She grabbed his hand and nodded with difficulty. Gu Jingze. Panting, she looked into his eyes. You told me that you wouldn't force me if I didn't want to, right? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Although his body was still in high spirits, he had quickly calmed down. There was a puzzled look in his eyes, but it was so gloomy that she didn't dare to make a sound. What do you want to say? He asked. Lin Che said, I don't think I want to continue with you. We're only in a contract marriage. If this goes on for too long, it'll be easy for people to forget the nature of our relationship. I think we should keep a distance. I don't want to continue with you. He was still sad for Mo Huiling, which meant that he still cared about her. He was still seeing Mo Huiling and being intimate with her, ignoring his illness. Then, how could he continue to be like this with her? This wasn't right. Gu Jingze's eyes darkened when he heard this. Chapter 244. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. She looked at him seriously. It was the first time she looked so serious. Gu Jingze said, You mean that you don't want me to continue being like this with you? Lin Che looked at him and said calmly, That's right. I think this is different from what we agreed on at the beginning. We should keep our distance. It's making things difficult for me now. Gu Jingze looked into her eyes deeply, as if he was trying to catch a hint of emotion in her eyes. But if she wanted to keep to the agreement, what else could he do? He slowly let go of her hand and turned his head. His tense jaw looked a little gray against the backdrop of the fireworks. Following that, he became a little more silent. After a long time, he said, If you've made up your mind, then I respect your decision. When Lin Che heard his consent, he felt a sense of relief in his heart, but it also brought with it an indescribable pain. But they had no future. If they continued to be entangled like this, it would only be a waste of time, and it made her feel disgusted. Thinking about how he was still in a relationship with Mo Huiling and being with her on the other hand, she couldn't accept it no matter what. On New Year's Eve, the sky in the distance was a little enchanting red. The two of them sat on the porch with their legs dangling. They were silent as they listened to the countdown of New Year's Eve. When they returned to the room, Gu Jingze took the initiative to walk out with the quilt. Lin Che didn't care about him and leaned on the bed. She heard that he seemed to be sleeping on the floor outside, but she didn't pay attention. They lay down. The sound of firecrackers still lingered outside, but it was much quieter. Lin Che hugged the quilt. She heard that Gu Jingze fell asleep after a while and didn't move. Actually, he didn't move when he slept, but he seemed to be even quieter today. Maybe she was just too sensitive. Anyway, she hugged the quilt and smiled sadly. She didn't expect him to agree so easily. It seemed that he was still sure that they would divorce sooner or later, so he rationally agreed to her idea. But why did she feel uncomfortable in her heart when he agreed? It was as if something was tugging at her little heart, and it hurt as if it was being tugged at. Lin Che smiled bitterly. Did she still have a glimmer of hope that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her? Actually, she was already lucky to meet such an outstanding man and be with him for a few years. How could she have such extravagant hopes? She had been with him for a long time, so she had unrealistic fantasies. This man. It was better to stay away from him. As Lin Che thought about this, he fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Gu Jingze left early in the morning, ignoring Lin Che. Lin Che went out. Mu Wanqing was still puzzled. It's the first day of the new year. Why didn't Jingze accompany you? Oh, I thought he was very busy with work. Wasn't he like this before? That's not it. In the past, he didn't care about these days. But this year, he's with you. I thought he wouldn't leave. Lin Che replied, is it right to work hard? I should understand him and support him. Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Che with pity. I'll talk to him next time. Why is he working so hard? Lin Che walked out with Mu Wanqing and prepared to drink tea. Lin Che said, oh right, this time, Mr. President and Gu Jingyu didn't come back. Mu Wanqing said, Jingming said he would come back, but I don't know why he left. Jingyu. Sigh, it's fine if he doesn't come back. I know he doesn't want to see me. Lin Che looked at Mu Wanqing strangely. Mom, why do you say that? I've worked with Senior Jingyu many times. It's impossible that he doesn't want to see you. Although he's very stubborn, he's actually very kind. Mu Wanqing sighed. Back then, I was also in the wrong. I know that none of the children I gave birth to are bad children. He is a good child. However, although these three brothers have different personalities, they are all stubborn people. Lin Che said, I know that I shouldn't be asking about this, but, because I'm very familiar with Senior Jingyu, I really don't understand what could have caused him to suddenly not return home. Mu Wanqing said, back then. When he was in school, he had a girlfriend, and when the two of them were in school, their relationship seemed to be pretty good. That woman took the initiative to pursue him, and I heard that the woman's family conditions were not good, but that's nothing. My family is not the kind of family that has prejudice, and the family conditions are not good. As long as the person is good, it's fine, but I found out that that woman seemed to be deliberately approaching Jingyu for money. How could I agree to that? I can't watch Jingyu be cheated, at that time, while they were still young and ignorant. I separated the two of them, took 2 million, and sent that girl away. You say, a good girl, if it's not for money, really wants to be with Jingyu, why would she take 2 million and leave? She definitely wouldn't want it, but she took it quickly. Lin Che thought, there's such a thing, it's really. Lin Che looked at Mu Wanqing, then wouldn't Senior Jingyu be very sad? Even though I'm sad, at least I didn't get cheated any further. If I found out that she only wanted money after a few years, wouldn't that be even worse? But, he never returned home. In fact, he even went on to study acting and became a star. Otherwise, the family would still want him to stay at home and help Jingze. Jingze wouldn't be so busy today. He's so busy that he doesn't even have time to spend with you. I feel sorry for him. Lin Che smiled awkwardly. Mu Wanqing held Lin Che's hand and felt her palm turn cold. She quickly asked her to enter the house. Lin Che looked at Mu Wanqing and said gratefully, thank you, Mom, for telling me all this. I know that Mom won't tell ordinary people. Yes, but you're not an outsider. You're my daughter-in-law, my daughter. I can only tell you and pour out my grievances to you. Lin Che's throat choked. He felt that he really couldn't bear to tell her that he and Gu Jingze were only in a contract marriage. He could only hold Mu Wanqing's hand tightly with a heart full of guilt. Mu Wanqing still thought that one day she would give birth to a child, but she didn't know that she and Gu Jingze would never be able to be together. Because Gu Jingze rationally knew what he wanted, he had already rationally agreed not to touch her again. In the future, the two of them would treat each other with respect. How could they have another child? Meanwhile, in the office, the atmosphere was so depressing that all the higher-ups felt cold sweat dripping down their backs. Chapter 245. Early in the morning on the first day of the Lunar New Year, Gu Jingze suddenly asked them to come back to work. He even asked them to come to his office and scolded them one by one for the whole morning. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. Everyone was dejected and looked like they had nothing to live for. We've been working on this bridge case for 5 months, and we've only made this much progress. Team Leader Chin, I think you've wasted your 3rd degree at the University of California. Your school is probably feeling ashamed of you right now. With that, the folder was thrown on the table. Manager Liu, the world's economic system is changing so fast, but your old brain is still so slow. Should I consider getting some new blood to move your department? Otherwise, I really can't believe that you made this thing. Another file was thrown on the table. Director Zhang, I want to ask you, did I give you an annual salary of 30 million just to invite you to come back and do this kind of project for me? If that's the case, I might as well spend a few $100,000 to hire a labor contractor. I don't think he'll be so slow. Another file was smashed onto the table. They all lowered their heads to look at their folders. They didn't dare to look up at Gu Jingze, who was sitting in the big office chair with a gloomy face. Why are you still sitting here? Since you know the progress is slow, why don't you hurry up and do it? Gu Jingze scolded them one last time. They quickly got up, picked up their things, and rushed out. Qin Hao stood there, not daring to say a word. He stole a glance at Gu Jingze. Seeing that Gu Jingze was engrossed in reading the company's documents, Qin Hao complained in his heart. It seemed that Gu Jingze would have to be scolded later. Gu Jingze had read a lot of documents and dealt with a lot of work early in the morning. Why did he suddenly come to the company? The president of the company, who had just taken a day off, hurried back to deal with the work urgently. Gu Jingze read the documents for the whole day. In the end, he asked someone to bring more black coffee. The black coffee was brought over. It was moderately hot and cold, and it was placed on the table with a bitter aroma. He walked over, picked it up, held it in his hand, and looked under the French window. For a moment, he didn't know why, but he suddenly tightened his grip on the thick walls of the coffee cup. Then, the warm coffee finally soaked the coffee cup. The coffee spilled all over the floor. Gu Jingze frowned and flung his hand away. Looking at the employees outside, they looked at him innocently. Their gazes were filled with fear, but there was only a cold glint in his eyes. Get out of my office. I don't want to see you here anymore. President Gu. President Gu, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. She was so scared that she screamed, which made Gu Jingze even more displeased. Seeing this, Qin Hao immediately pulled him up and dragged him out. Gu Jingze just stood there, looking down at the desolate winter sky. The people here need ability, and luck is also a kind of ability. Why did she have to deliver the coffee at this time after the people outside had been pushing it around for so long? This meant that her ability to avoid dangerous situations was not as good as others, and her ability to shirk responsibility was not as good as others. Therefore, she was fired today because of her lack of ability. He was taken out, and the office returned to silence. His hand was in pain, which made him sober up a little. He took a deep breath and thought to himself. Since she wanted to draw a clear line between them, then he would just let her be. She was right. Recently, he had not been able to distinguish between public and private affairs. At night, Lin Che saw that Gu Jingze had not returned to the Gu family. He was still there, and she did not know whether she should continue to stay here or go back to the Gu family. Gu Jingze did not tell her when he left. While Lin Che was still hesitating, she heard her phone ring again. She picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Lin Che asked. Xiao Che. It's me. An unfamiliar voice made Lin Che feel a little strange, especially when the person on the other side called her Xiao Che. Xiao Che, I'm your grandmother. You don't remember me, do you? You were the one who wrote me this number. What? Grandmother. Lin Che was shocked and quickly jumped off the bed. Lin Che's mother had been admitted to a university from a small place and came to be city. If she had not met her father, she would have had a good life. However, she had met Lin Yukai. Lin Yukai lied to her mother to give birth to her and cut off all ties with her family. They never contacted each other again. It was not until he passed away that he told her that his parents were still in the small mountain village. Lin Che was still young at that time. She could only send a letter to her grandmother every year. She did not know if her grandmother would see it or if she was still alive. However, she had never had the chance to go to such a distant place to look for her grandmother, so this matter had been delayed. Last year, she had just sent a letter to her grandmother, saying that she was living well. She did not know if her grandmother could see the letter and know of her existence. However, she would still send her a letter every year, just as her mother had said before she passed away. On the letter, she had even attached her address to her grandmother. She did not expect that today, her grandmother would not only suddenly appear, but also call her. This really surprised Lin Che. Grandmother, you finally called me. I thought you did not receive my letter. I received it, but you are living so well. As an old lady from the countryside, I will only be a burden to you. So, it is better not to let you know. Lin Che paused bitterly in her heart. She did not tell her that she had been lying to her all those years. She only said that the Lin family was very good and that she was living a good life in the Lin family. In her letter, she described the Lin family as so beautiful. However, in fact, her life had always been so bad that she was too embarrassed to tell anyone. Grandmother, how can that be? You will not be a burden to me. Mother also hopes that you can live well. Your letter said that the Lin family is in B City. So, Xiao Che, are you also in B City? Of course, Lin Che said hurriedly. Why, are you coming? I am now in B City, but I am unfamiliar with the people and the place. I was cheated of all my money. Now, I do not know what to do, so I can only call you. What? Lin Che quickly told Mu Wanqing that he had something to do. He did not wait for Gu Jingze and simply left the Gu residence. After thinking for a while, she did not know where Gu Jingze was. Perhaps he had gone to be entangled with Mo Huiling again. Therefore, she did not call Gu Jingze. Instead, she told Yu Minmin about it and asked him to send her a car first. Lin Che hurried to the place his grandmother had told him. Soon, he met up with Yu Minmin. He saw that Yu Minmin had also brought Yang Lingxin. He even asked Yang Lingxin curiously, "Why are you still working instead of staying at home to accompany your family during the new year?" Chapter 246. Yang Lingxin said obediently, "Yeah, Sister Yu, call someone and ask who can come. I don't have much to do at home, so I'll earn as much as I can." As for Yu Minmin, she only stayed at home for a day during the holidays. She couldn't stay at home anymore. Ever since she couldn't gamble, her father drank heavily at home every day. Whenever he saw Yu Minmin, he would scold her for being an ingrate, a traitor, and an unfilial son. Yu Minmin didn't want to argue with him for her mother's sake, so she simply left home. She drove Lin Che's van all the way to Times Square. Before he arrived, Lin Che could already see a white-haired old lady sitting in a corner. Beside her feet was a shabby cloth bag. It seemed that the people around her were looking down on her. A person who looked like a security guard walked over and chased her away. Lin Che quickly got out of the car and ran over to her. She could tell at a glance that it was her grandmother because she looked so much like her mother. Although her mother had passed away many years ago, she was the only person in the world who had treated her well in the past. She remembered her mother's voice and smiled vividly. "Grandma." Lin Che ran over and the old lady quickly stood up. The security guard was a little surprised. He looked up and saw Lin Che and a few others getting out of the car and walking over. He was very surprised. "You guys," Lin Che said, "why are you chasing them away? Can't an old lady sit here for a while if she's lost?" When the security guard saw Lin Che, he could tell that he was either rich or respectable, and knew that he couldn't afford to offend him. He hurriedly said, "I was just afraid that she was a beggar." I'm sorry, okay?" Lin Che ignored the security guard's flattering smile and held his grandmother's hand. "Grandma, it's me, Xiao Che." The old lady looked at Lin Che and looked at him carefully. Her eyes were wet and she held Lin Che's hand with trembling hands. Xiao Che, it's really you." Lin Che hugged his grandmother for a while and then pulled her into the car. Looking at the brand new car, which was very clean inside, she was too embarrassed to get in. In the end, Lin Che pulled her in. On the way, Lin Che asked about her situation. She only said, "I'm really old and useless. I saw an advertisement saying that the hospital here can cure my cough, so I took a long train to get here. Who knew that my cough wouldn't be cured, and I've spent all my money. They told me that the hospital is a scammer, and when I went to ask for money, they even beat me up. I'm just an old woman, and I can't fight with them, so I could only come back. But now, I don't even have the money to go back home, and I really want to go begging. I still want to try making a phone call to see if I can find you. I really don't want to call you, sigh. Grandma, just call me." "What's wrong? Do you have a cough problem?" "Yeah." Hearing this, Yu Minmin said, "I know of a hospital that can treat it." "Lin Che, where do you want to send Grandma?" "To the Gu family," or, Lin Che knew that the Gu family was a big place with many beds. But she was still a fake Mrs. Gu. Although she was willing to resume her relationship with him, she still felt a little sour in her heart. She didn't want to mention Gu Jingze, so she said to Yu Minmin, "Let's go to the hospital directly." Yu Minmin asked someone to contact the hospital first. Grandma looked at Lin Che and smiled at his little face. "You look a little like your mother, but not at all. You're prettier than your mother." Lin Che smiled. "Mom looks like Grandma too, so I look like Grandma too." "Oh my, I'm so ugly, how can that be? Grandma must have been a beauty when she was young." Grandma's name was Chiu Shuyun. She was 78 years old. It was really hard for her to travel thousands of miles from a small town in Y City. The hospital was already prepared. Yang Lingxin went back and forth to take care of it. She was very efficient. Yu Minmin had also helped to contact a doctor for Grandma. The doctor said that it didn't look too good. Lin Che was shocked. He asked Grandma to rest in the hospital bed while he went to the office to find out more. The doctor said, "She's coughing because there's a polyp in her throat. It's too big." "Is it serious?" Lin Che asked. The doctor said, "It's not very serious. It's just that the patient is too old, so it took a lot of time. It's a little too big." Then, "Doctor, can you tell me if there's a possibility of it causing cancer?" This was what Lin Che was most worried about. The doctor said, "Fortunately, it depends on the test results. But this kind of polyp is more likely to be benign. But I can't guarantee it." Lin Che was very worried, especially when he heard that Grandma had to undergo surgery at such an old age. After chatting with the doctor for a long time and asking about all the bad possibilities, she left the office. Just as she left, she saw her phone vibrating. She hurried over, but the vibration stopped. She opened it and saw that it was Gu Jingze calling. Why was he still in the mood to call her? He hadn't talked to her for a day. She thought it was strange. She picked up the phone and called Gu Jingze, but the line was busy. The next moment, someone walked over from afar. She took a closer look and saw that it was Qin Hao. Lin Che was shocked. "Assistant Qin, why are you?" Qin Hao looked at Lin Che and ran over hurriedly. "Madam, how are you? Are you sick? Why are you in the hospital? How did you know I was in the hospital?" Lin Che looked at Qin Hao strangely and asked. Qin Hao said, "President Gu told me to come over. He'll be here soon." Gu Jingze. This was a hospital in the city, but it wasn't the best. The best hospital in City B was a private hospital. Gu Jingze had gone there several times when he had problems. Before Lin Che could react, there was a commotion outside. Someone was shouting crazily. "He's so handsome. I think he came in a motorcade. The one in the lead is a Maybach. It's the first time I've seen a Maybach up close. He's so handsome." Although Gu Jingze's footsteps were still steady when he walked in, his pace was actually very fast. He called Lin Che many times at home, but she didn't pick up. Gu Jingze didn't want to call at first, but when he got home, he heard from his mother that she had something to attend to and left first. He called her curiously, but he couldn't get through. All of a sudden, he became anxious. He was a little angry with himself. Since Lin Che didn't want to have anything to do with him, he shouldn't care about her anymore. But he really felt that something was wrong with her, so he rushed over without stopping. He had never realized that he was such a despicable person. But he still came. He asked someone to check on Lin Che's whereabouts and found that her phone's GPS showed that she was in the hospital. He was so shocked that he didn't care about anything else and rushed over. Chapter 247. In the hallway, Lin Che was still in a daze when he saw Gu Jingze quickly walking towards him. His eyes were gloomy and flashed with some anxiety. He looked very impatient. His long and narrow eyes gave off a sharp light as he looked at Lin Che like a knife. He walked in a straight line, followed by a group of people. His imposing manner made everyone look in his direction. Gu Jingze walked to Lin Che's side in a few steps. He pressed his hands on Lin Che's shoulders and looked at her from head to toe. "What's wrong with you? Why are you at the hospital?" She was stunned and said dryly, My grandmother is hospitalized. I just brought her here." "What's wrong?" Gu Jingze's eyes darkened. "Her grandmother." His hands loosened and his eyes darted around. It wasn't Lin Che. Lin Che quickly said, "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong by suddenly leaving?" "I was suddenly busy. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you because I didn't want to disturb your work." Did she think that he was angry because she suddenly disappeared? That's right. With her intelligence, she could only think of this. His expression relaxed and he tapped her forehead. "Next time you go out without telling me, I'll teach you a lesson." She had no idea how flustered he was when he found out that she was at the hospital. But there was no point in telling her now. Anyway, she just wanted to restore their previous relationship. "Yes. I won't do it again." "I'm sorry, okay?" Lin Che said quickly. Seeing that Lin Che was fine, he actually felt that everything could be forgiven. Since when was he such an easy person to talk to? But seeing Lin Che in one piece again, he still heaved a sigh of relief. Remembering what she said, he asked her, "What do you mean your grandmother came to the hospital?" Lin Che replied, "Oh. She quickly told Gu Jingze about her grandmother. Hearing this, Gu Jingze said, "All right, I'll take care of this." Lin Che didn't tell him because she was worried that she would cause him trouble. Hearing his words, she quickly said, "It's okay. It's just a small operation. I can handle it myself." Gu Jingze frowned deeply. Seeing how distant Lin Che was, he glared at Lin Che and said, "If you really want to settle the score with me, then we'll settle it properly when we get back. But can't you figure out what's more important here?" Lin Che stood there in a daze. Gu Jingze glanced at her, then immediately waved his hand to find someone to make arrangements. Lin Che thought sourly in his heart. She was the one who wanted to make things clear. Since they were going to separate sooner or later, why did they have to be so ambiguous? However, he was right. Her grandmother's matter was more important now. Her own feelings should be put aside. After a while, Gu Jingze disappeared. She looked around for Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin had already walked out and said to Lin Che, "What are you looking at?" "President Gu has already entered the ward to see Grandma." "What?" Hearing this, Lin Che quickly ran over. Yang Lingxin was also coming out. Seeing Lin Che, she said in surprise, "Sister, you just said that that's Gu Jingze." "Then, I heard from him that you're husband and wife." "Sister Lin Che, you're already married." Yang Lingxin's face was still flushed, but Lin Che wasn't surprised at all. It seemed that every woman's first reaction when they saw Gu Jingze was to be amazed. No matter how many times they saw him, they would still feel that he was so handsome that they wanted to blush. Lin Che smiled dryly and didn't say anything. She hurried over to see Grandma. Inside, Gu Jingze was sitting by the bed. Grandma was lying on the bed. Looking at Gu Jingze, she was so happy that her eyes narrowed. Hearing the sound, she looked up and saw that Lin Che was still standing at the door in a daze. She said, "Little Che, you didn't tell me that you're already married." Lin Che was even more surprised. Seeing Gu Jingze's indifferent gaze, she hurried over. "Grandma, I didn't have time to tell you." Gu Jingze thought deeply. Was it because he didn't have time or because he didn't want to tell her? Since when did he, the dignified Gu Jingze, become a husband who couldn't be told? He really wanted to strangle Lin Che to death now. Grandma called Lin Che over. Little Che, your husband is so handsome. Grandma has never seen such a good-looking person in all my years. Is he a movie star? He looks even better than those people on TV." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze's usually stern face. Today, it was a little gentler, and he looked even more handsome. Even the expression on his face was inexplicably intoxicating. Grandma said, "Oh yeah, your father-in-law is so nice. He even said that he wanted to treat Grandma's illness. Am I a burden to you guys?" Lin Che could only look at Gu Jingze and say to Grandma, "Grandma, how could you be a burden?" "Don't worry, Gu Jingze has already made arrangements." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze gratefully, but he only got a cold look in return. Lin Che curled his lips. Seriously, she had only left a little earlier. Did he have to keep giving her a cold look? Because Gu Jingze had made all the arrangements, it didn't take long before someone came to pick up Grandma and take her to a better hospital. Gu Jingze just looked at Lin Che. Although he was angry, he couldn't help but look at her disappointed expression. He comforted her, "Lin Che, it's okay. I've asked about your grandma's condition. She's very healthy, much healthier than her peers. She'll be able to survive the surgery." Lin Che smiled at him gratefully. "Thank you. I really appreciate it. Don't let something like this happen again, do you hear me?" Gu Jingze said. Lin Che could only say, Okay, CEO. I'm sorry. I'm at your mercy." Was he really going to let him punish him? His eyes scanned the curves of her body. At this moment, he wanted to push her down on the hospital bed and take off her clothes. But he could only look at her like that. Okay, let's go. Just then, Minmin walked over and said to the two of them, President Gu, Madam, we'll go back first. Lin Che said, You've been busy for a long time today. We'll send you home first. Minmin was about to say no when Gu Jingzi said, That's right. Let's get in the car together. I'll send you home first. Minmin naturally didn't dare to say no to Gu Jingzi, so she nodded quickly. Seeing that Gu Jingzi had gone to prepare, Yang Lingxin hurried over. Sister Lin Che, you didn't tell me that you're Mrs. Gu. Lin Che looked at Yang Lingxin. You know Gu Jingzi? Of course. How could I not know Gu Jingzi? I wanted to study economics and work for the Gu Corporation, but I couldn't go to university. I knew Gu Jingzi a long time ago, but he's so mysterious that I don't know what he looks like. Chapter 248. She looked at Lin Che enviously as she said, I didn't expect Gu Jingzi to be so good-looking in person. I can't believe I'll be able to see him again one day. Oh my God, I'm going crazy. I can't believe I'm standing next to the real Gu Jingzi. Minmin looked at the excited girl and reminded her with a smile, but you can't tell anyone about this. You should know that. Oh, I understand. Yang Lingxin nodded hurriedly. Lin Che smiled. He could understand her reaction when she first met Gu Jingzi. Even he was shocked when he first found out that Gu Jingzi was so rich. Gu Jingzi walked back again. Yang Lingxin's eyes lit up as she looked at him. Gu Jingzi naturally saw the girl too. He glanced at her and couldn't remember who she was. He just didn't remember that Lin Che had such a person by his side. He said to Gu Jingzi, this is Yang Lingxin, my new assistant. By the way, do you remember her? She's the girl we met when we went shopping together. She still felt sad when she thought of him wrapping the scarf around her neck. Gu Jingzi remembered and nodded as he looked at the girl. Lin Che said, What do you think? She's a pretty girl, right? Gu Jingzi looked at her again when he heard her. He didn't think she was pretty. She couldn't compare to Lin Che at all. He turned back and said to Lin Che, Everything is ready. Let's go. They got into the car. Minmin and Yang Lingxin got into the bodyguard's car and they sent them home. Grandma was lying in the ambulance in the front. Gu Jingzi and Lin Che were sitting in the Maybach at the back. Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che's worried face and forgot how angry he had been. He should really say that he didn't know when he had become hopelessly cheap. However, he said to Lin Che calmly, All right, don't worry. I promise you that your grandma will be fine. Lin Che listened to his tough and determined voice and turned around. You don't have to promise me anything. Life and death are determined by fate. What happens to my grandmother is also God's will. All right, Gu Jingzi, don't worry. I haven't broken down. I won't let you suddenly lose your wife. Gu Jingzi glared at her. Seriously, Lin Che said, It's just that when my mother passed away, she told me that she actually felt very sorry towards my grandmother. She didn't listen to her and fell for someone's tricks outside, causing my grandmother to be alone for the rest of her life. She didn't dare to go home, and she was always very afraid to mention my grandmother. Maybe she really felt very guilty. I wanted to treat my grandmother better. I wanted to help my mother make up for what she had done. I never knew if my grandmother was still alive. I thought she had already passed away. Until today, when I saw her like this, I really felt very sad. Lin Che's eyes were a little moist. Seeing this, Gu Jingzi couldn't help but forget what she had said before. They shouldn't be so intimate anymore. His hand delicately grasped her palm. Lin Che leaned against the wall, feeling his familiar scent getting closer and closer. His body was also getting closer and closer. The aroma that made people yearn for it had a mysterious magic power. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and just like that, he gently hugged her body. Lin Che closed her eyes, thinking about all the things that had happened when they were together. He was always this gentle, this way that made it hard for people to extricate themselves. They had agreed on a contractual marriage, but he seemed to be leading her into his own abyss. She had already said that she wanted to restore the distance between the two of them. Why was he still helping her like this, treating her with such gentleness as if he was doting on her? Lin Che suddenly pushed Gu Jingze away and took a step back. She raised her head and looked at him. Gu Jingze, why are you so nice to me? Gu Jingze frowned. Looking at her angry face, his heart felt even more stifled. Was it not okay for him to be nice to her? Why was she so angry when he was nice to her? What a strange woman. Did he really have to ignore her for her to be satisfied? So what if I'm nice to you? You're my wife, Lin Che. I should be nice to you. Just his wife. He had to be nice to her only because she was his wife. Yes, in the end, he was only responsible for her. Can you stop caring about me, Gu Jingze? Don't care about me even once. Let me do it myself. No matter what difficulties I face, let me deal with them myself, Lin Che said. Gu Jingze frowned deeply at her. Why? You don't like me helping you. But you're my wife. I can't just look at you and not care about you. Why do you have so much responsibility? I don't need your responsibility, Lin Che said. Gu Jingze was puzzled. Isn't responsibility good? No, not at all. At this moment, Lin Che actually had a crazy thought. She didn't want him to be responsible for her at all. She didn't want him to be nice to her because she was his wife. She felt that she was so selfish, so greedy, so crazy. She actually wanted his love. She wanted him to love her. It turned out that all his anger, sadness, bitterness and jealousy were because the person he loved was Imo Huiling, not her. But she didn't want anything. She didn't want him to be nice to her, she didn't want him to spoil her. What he had for her wasn't responsibility, but a unique love. Anyway, I don't want you to care about me, Lin Che said sternly. Gu Jingze grabbed her arm. If I don't care about you, who should I care about? You're my wife. Enough, don't be nice to me anymore, Gu Jingze. Otherwise, if I keep wanting you to be nice to me, I'll become very scary. I'll think that it's natural for you to be nice to me and I won't want to see you being nice to anyone else. If you're nice to someone else, I'll be very angry. Because of the strong impact of that thought, this sentence directly broke through her rationality, and she blurted it out. Hearing that she actually said it like this, even she felt shocked. Gu Jingze's eyes flashed for a moment. He looked at Lin Che with rippling eyes. What do you mean, you? Gu Jingze grabbed her hand. The driver had already stopped the car and left. In the narrow space, two pairs of bloodshot eyes stared at each other. He looked at her, not understanding why she was so angry. He didn't understand why it was scary. I have to be nice to you, and I will only be nice to you, because, no. Lin Che interrupted him. She didn't want to hear him say that because she was his wife. Don't you understand? That's not what I want. Then what do you want? Chapter 249. If he still had Imo Huiling in his heart and wasn't loyal to her, she would rather he not treat her so well. She couldn't take it. No. I mean, forget it. You can see whoever you want. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Che turned around angrily. He felt that he was being unreasonable. Gu Jingzi grabbed her hand and forced her to look at him. What do you mean? Tell me, who do you think I'm seeing? Lin Che murmured. She felt that she had gone overboard by telling him not to see Miss Mo. I didn't mean it that way. I was just babbling nonsense just now. I was in a bad mood and got agitated. It's your business who you want to meet, I have no right to interfere. Lin Che tried his best to appear natural and smiled in his direction. She felt wronged, but at the same time, she felt that she was being unreasonable. Lin Che felt that she couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, she might beat Gu Jingzi's chest and ask him why he had to be so entangled with that disgusting Mo Huiling. He could have liked anyone, but he had to like such a two-faced person. Lin Che said, "Forget it, I'm really fine. I'll take the car in front." Lin Che opened the car door as she said that. Outside, the group only knew that Gu Jingzi had probably quarreled with Lin Che. Gu Jingzi had been in a bad mood the whole day. His face was like that of the king of hell, and he didn't smile at all. Although he had been like this in the past, his face was inexplicably sour today. So at this moment, no one dared to look back as they watched the two of them quarreling from afar. Lin Che opened the car door and ran out. Gu Jingzi didn't understand. Although he felt that it was strange, he felt that Lin Che was never an unreasonable person. So, there must be a reason why she suddenly became like this. Gu Jingzi was getting more and more worried about this silly girl. He didn't know what had happened to her. In a moment of panic, he followed her out of the car. Lin Che only cared about running forward. She was pushed to the ground by the roadside. She was so unlucky that she couldn't even fill the gaps between her teeth. She grimaced in pain and sat on the ground, feeling a sharp pain in her knee. Gu Jingzi immediately saw where Lin Che had fallen. He was originally wearing a skirt and only a thick pair of stockings. Now that his leg was hurting, he lowered his head to take a look. The stockings had already been torn, and there was a patch of blood inside. His heart clenched, and he hurriedly walked over. He quickly squatted down to take a look. Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che and said, "Why are you so careless? What happened? Are your legs made of bamboo? How could you fall like that? Let me see what happened." Lin Che was in pain and tired. She felt so wrong that she almost cried. I don't need you to care about me. Move aside and don't care about me. You don't need to pity me or pity me." Lin Che stretched out his hand and pushed Gu Jingzi away. However, his hand was grabbed by Gu Jingzi. Lin Che wanted to shake him off, but he couldn't. He could only raise his head and stare at him hatefully. "Lin Che, I have no sympathy, no matter who it is. But I can't ignore you." As Gu Jingzi spoke, he pressed her arm hard to stop her from moving. Then he knelt down in front of her, lifted her leg and put it on his own. He lowered his head and carefully looked at the wound on her leg. Seeing the blood flowing down, he lowered his head and gently blew on her leg. "Who do you think wants to care about you?" Gu Jingzi looked up and glared at her. Ignoring Lin Che's objection, Gu Jingzi turned around and gave someone a look. Someone quickly brought in a spare first aid kit in the car. Under the night sky, he opened the first aid kit and asked the person to step back. He carefully poured the medicine onto her wound and then used a pair of scissors to cut off the stockings on the side. "Ouch!" she groaned. The medicine stung her and she couldn't help but want to retract her leg. Gu Jingzi pulled her back and snorted. He held her leg tightly and didn't let her move. "That's enough. Even if it hurts, you deserve it." Lin Che's eyes ached even more. "Yes, I deserve it." She deserved to meet Gu Jingzi. She deserved to meet a man who had someone else in his heart. Gu Jingze glared at her again, but his voice had softened. Does it really hurt? It doesn't. Lin Che's heart softened. She looked at him and murmured. Gu Jingze said, then why did you run away? You can't joke around with your body even if you're angry. Who's angry? Lin Che pouted and looked up shyly. You're not angry, he said. Don't say that again. You don't want me to care about you anymore. A warm current flowed through Lin Che's body. She almost cried. She didn't want to say that. She was never a woman who cried for no reason, but she suddenly felt sad. It was all because of him. Gu Jingze said, I won't leave you alone. Even though you've always been so stupid, so brainless, and so sloppy, I won't leave you alone. Lin Che glared at him. I haven't even complained that you're troublesome, and you're complaining about me. Why do I have so many problems? You. Are you crazy? You need to take your medicine. You don't know when you'll die, and you're still pestering your ex-girlfriend. Gu Jingze frowned. I've already broken up with Mo Huiling. I'll never see her again. Why would I be pestering her? Lin Che looked up at him. Don't lie to me. I know you've seen each other. She felt even more wronged, especially when her legs were still in his arms and he was still looking at her while kneeling. Gu Jingze frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Gu Jingze said as he tightened his grip. Ouch! Lin Che cried out in pain. Gu Jingze immediately relaxed and looked at Lin Che worriedly. Seeing that she was fine, he relaxed a little. I really don't know what to do with you, Lin Che. You're sent by God to ruin me. Why is it still me who ruins you? It's obviously you who ruins me. Lin Che's tears were already flowing as she said that. She was such a failure as a person. She was such a failure. Gu Jingze saw that she was crying and his heart ached. He quickly caressed her face and kissed her tears gently. Don't cry, don't cry. Don't cry, don't cry. Lin Che, you fool, I really haven't seen Huiling again. The last time I saw her, I already told her that I won't have any feelings for her anymore. I only feel disgusted when I see her. I no longer have any feelings for her. From the last time I saw her, I already understood that I was completely disappointed in her. Then why did you touch her? You'll get sick if you touch her. Touch her. What nonsense are you talking about? I told her that I wanted to introduce a good man to her, but she threw herself at me. So, I won't see her again. That was the last time. There won't be a next time, he said. Lin Che was stunned. So that was what happened? They didn't spend the night together. They didn't. He said he didn't have feelings for her anymore. He didn't love Mo Huiling anymore. Lin Che suddenly felt that she was really stupid. Why did she believe Mo Huiling after hearing her words? Why didn't she talk to Gu Jingze about it? Chapter 250. But at this moment, Lin Che simply didn't know what to say. She could only stare blankly at Gu Jingze. For a moment, she felt silly and embarrassed. What on earth had she been doing these few days? She said that she wanted to keep her distance from him, but in the end, it only made her realize her own selfishness. She didn't want to keep her distance from him at all. On the contrary, she only wanted him to love her. Now, after throwing a tantrum for an entire day, she had even misunderstood him. She had really let her jealousy get to her head. Although she didn't want to admit it, this kind of worrying about personal gains and losses wasn't jealousy. If it wasn't jealousy, what else could it be? Tears were still hanging from the corners of her eyes. Gu Jingze looked at her pitifully and lowered his head to wipe away the last teardrop on her eyelashes. He didn't know why, but he really didn't want to see her shed a single tear. Not even a single one. Even though she had really angered him to death these 2 days, he still didn't want to see her cry. Lin Che hurriedly said, I didn't mean it that way. If you want to see me, then see me. I didn't, only now did she regret it. She hurriedly said stubbornly, but her tone was no longer as sorrowful as before. This little one's emotions were all written on her face. Her face was full of arrogance now, and her emotions were completely different from just now. Gu Jingze's eyes instantly sparkled, as if they were diamonds that were being reflected. He cupped her cheeks and looked at her face. Are you jealous? Lin Che's face turned red again. I'm not. I hate sour things the most. Lin Che really felt that she was going to die of embarrassment. She hurriedly turned her head away, especially when she felt that Gu Jingze was still laughing. She wanted to bury her head completely. After consulting with Dr. Chin, he told me why I was angry. I thought about it. Actually, I just felt that Imo Huiling was delaying herself by finding a former rival of mine. It seemed like she was purposely angering me, so I was angry. In the end, it was because I was disappointed in Imo Huiling, not because I was jealous. So I went to see Imo Huiling, hoping that she could mend her ways. Who knew that she would suddenly pounce on me, and that's why I was angry. Now, whenever I meet her, my illness gets worse. It seems that I only hate her, and I really don't have any feelings for her. As Lin Che listened to his words, he slowly understood and felt relieved. So that's how it was, he hadn't been with Imo Huiling for that long. Gu Jingze smiled and moved closer. So, you thought that I was being intimate with another woman, so you're angry and don't want to talk to me anymore? Even though this reason sounded a little unreasonable, it was still a little unreasonable. He didn't like unreasonable women, but when he thought of this reason, he actually felt a little excited. He didn't feel disgusted at all. Lin Che felt his smile getting closer to her. He was deliberately teasing her expression. She was so angry that she reached out and hit his chest resentfully. You are teasing me on purpose, Gu Jingze. You are doing this on purpose. How dare you laugh at me? All right, I know. I'll stop. Don't hit me. Gu Jingze quickly pressed her hands down. He looked at her cheeks. Her face was still red. She looked like the moon in the autumn. Gu Jingze's heart softened. Really, I'll never see her again. Who knows if it's true or not? Lin Che pouted, tilted his head, and looked to the side. Even if you secretly went to see her, I wouldn't know. It's okay, I won't do this again. If you want to see her, then go. You don't have to hide it from me. Gu Jingze said, of course it's true. Do you want me to take out my heart for you to see? Take it out. I'll watch you take it out, Lin Che said. Gu Jingze smiled and looked at her deeply. Okay, I'll take it out for you. As he spoke, he unbuttoned the top button of his shirt, revealing his collarbone. Then, he pointed downwards and unbuttoned the next button. His body also took a step forward. Although it was a cold night, his fragrant breath was still hot. He was really going to take off his clothes. Lin Che's eyes widened. She looked at him and said, how about I take off my clothes and let you take it out? Lin Che quickly said, Gu Jingze. He was getting dirtier and dirtier. Why do you really want to take it off? You said that you want to see my true side. How can I take it off? Of course I'm really taking it off. You can feel it and see if my heart is real. As he said this, he grabbed her hand and was about to put it under his shirt. Oh my God, what was this? No. What are you doing, Gu Jingze? I don't want to touch it. You said it yourself. I didn't. Who wants to see you take off your clothes? Seriously, Lin Che quickly retracted her hand. It was the middle of the road. This was too outrageous. She quickly turned around to see if anyone else was looking. She realized that everyone was standing straight in the distance. It was a dark mass, so no one dared to come closer. However, she still felt embarrassed and her face was burning. Gu Jingze looked at her lowered head helplessly. He reached out and stroked her hair. Although you are really stupid, and your ability to anger people is getting better and better, but... He sighed helplessly. But I still can't leave you alone. If not, I really wanted to just leave you here. Unfortunately, I didn't think that you would be so stupid. If I left you behind, I don't know who will trick you. His hand played with the hair on her forehead. Tell me, did you drug me with some kind of aphrodisiac? Lin Che's heart warmed when she heard this. Could this be sweet talk? Then, the sweet talk coming from Gu Jingze's mouth was a little too special. Especially since he was different from those frivolous and sweet men. He was such a serious man, and when he said these words with a straight face, it really made one's heart feel sweet. To her, Gu Jingze was completely a serious old antique. Thus, even if it wasn't a very straightforward sweet talk, she still felt that it was very special. Her heart was unbelievably warm and she was also unbelievably shy. But what kind of aphrodisiac? Gu Jingze pulled her and asked, at that time at the hotel, you drugged me with aphrodisiac, right? Get lost. There's no such thing as an aphrodisiac in this world, Lin Che said. Really? Then I actually wanted to strangle you to death, but I still came to find you. You. Who knows what you're doing? Maybe you're just that perverted. Gu Jingze said, you really don't know. You're not lying. Of course, I won't believe that mouth of yours if I don't check it up close. You're a hypocrite. I have to check you up close before I believe that you're telling the truth. What do you mean by close? With that said, he suddenly grabbed the back of her head and pressed his lips against hers. Was this what you call a close check? Chapter 251. How many women in the world would want to be examined by him? Lin Che felt his own lips go numb from all the teasing, and he became muddle-headed as well. Under his teasing, she forgot everything except for curling up in his arms, closing her eyes and feeling his roughness and gentleness. It was unbelievably passionate. She felt that she had lost. She had completely lost. How did she meet such a demon and fall into his trap? She couldn't get out of it. After a long time, he finally let go of her. He looked down at her clothes, adjusted her collar, and used his fingers to wipe the moisture from her lips. Lin Che was still in a daze. She took a deep breath and looked at him in a daze. She looked very silly. His smile became even more devilish. All right, get up. There's still something to do. He whispered into her ear, I know you're not satisfied yet. Let's go home at night and take our time. Lin Che blinked before she realized what he had said. She jumped up immediately. Gu Jingze, who's going to? But for a moment, he forgot that his leg had just been touched. It was still very painful, and he screamed in pain. Gu Jingze frowned and held her up. Look at how clumsy you are. You're so stupid. It's all your fault. Humph. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have jumped out of the car. What's there to blame? It's the first time I've seen someone fall like this while walking. Gu Jingze helped Lin Che into the car. He felt that she was so stupid. If he didn't keep an eye on her, she wouldn't even know when she left home one day. Outside, when everyone saw that the two of them seemed to have finally reconciled, they acted very professionally and returned to their posts as if nothing had happened. Some drove, some got into their cars, and some got into their cars. Under the surprised and envious gazes of the people outside, the motorcade drove towards the private hospital in front of them. Lin Che and Gu Jingze arrived at the hospital quickly. In the best ward upstairs, the doctor was already ready. Although they had just checked over there, they were going to check the other places that hadn't been checked thoroughly. Gu Jingze followed behind Xiao Jian. When Qiu Shuyun saw the two of them walk in, she said with some doubt, "Little Che, what happened to you two? Why did you come so late?" Lin Che recalled everything that had just happened. His chest still felt a little shy. His lips were still swollen, but he didn't know if others could see it. Seeing her stuttering, Gu Jingze glared at her and said, "She's clumsy." When she walked out of the hospital, she broke her leg. On the way, I applied the medicine on her leg and comforted her. "Placate," he said, looking at her with a smile, and a strange light in his eyes. Lin Che wanted to pinch him from behind. This man still had the cheek to say that he was comforting her. On the road, he didn't care. As for Gu Jingze, after he finished speaking, he looked straight ahead in a very natural manner, turning a blind eye to Lin Che's widened eyes. Hearing this, grandmother nodded and said, "So that's how it is. You're too careless, little Che. But your mother used to be like this too." Sigh, no matter where she went when she was young, she would always come back covered in injuries. Hearing grandmother mention his deceased mother, Lin Che's heart felt a little sour. Grandmother thought for a moment, as if she was still recalling her deceased daughter's appearance. She smiled and looked up, saying, "Look at me. What am I thinking about again? Oh yeah, little Che, what is this place?" Lin Che said, "This is a hospital." Grandmother said in surprise, "This is a hospital? Then why is this hospital so big?" In her memory, hospitals were always messy and narrow. There were people everywhere, and it was a sea of white. There were busy doctors everywhere, and the smell was especially unpleasant. The smell of disinfectant mixed with the smell of the patients, and it was difficult to clean up. However, this place was unbelievably clean. The ground was spotless, and there was no one around. There was also no smell at all. Lin Che didn't say that this was the most expensive private hospital in City S. The doctors were all foreign professors, and the chief surgeons were all hired externally. They were very good. Of course, the price was also very high. This was an expensive private ward. It seemed that it was specially prepared. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. He was really grateful for his help. He lowered his head and said, "This place was brought in by someone I know. The doctors here are better." "Really? Little Che, is the person you know very good?" Of course he was good. Gu Jingze was the best person she knew. "Yes, very good. Grandma, don't worry. You don't have to spend money here. I just want you to help me collect the bus fare so that I can go back." "No, Grandma, you will have a small surgery. I have to help you treat it." "What?" Lin Che was afraid that she would worry, so he told her about the surgery in detail. It was a small, minimally invasive surgery. Grandmother was relieved after hearing this. She looked at Lin Che and then at Gu Jingze, who was standing behind her. "Xiao Che, I'm relieved to see that you've married so well. You have to take good care of the family. Being someone's wife is different from living your own life. You have to work harder and do more work." Lin Che quickly agreed. He heard Gu Jingze say, "Grandma is the best. You have such a good marriage. You have to cherish it in the future. Don't be angry." You, Lin Che turned around and glared at him. However, Gu Jingze was very unscrupulous because Lin Che didn't dare to say anything because grandmother was here. Grandmother said, "That's right. You are his wife. Can't you anger him? It's very hard for a man to earn money outside." Lin Che still glared at him. Gu Jingze stood straight beside her. He lowered his head a little and whispered into her ear, "How dare you glare at me? Grandma is right. I'm the one who works hard every day. You don't do anything but enjoy life." Grandma naturally thought that he was talking about his work outside. However, Lin Che felt that he was talking about something that would only happen in bed. Lin Che thought that he was going crazy to act like a hooligan so openly. Gu Jingze also knew that he was making a mistake. However, seeing that she clearly understood him and wanted to get angry but didn't dare to get angry, he actually enjoyed it. Looking at her blushing face, he wanted to tease her even more. Teasing her was a very interesting thing. "Then what you did was wrong, little Che. You should do more in the future," grandmother said. Lin Che was so embarrassed that his eyebrows were knitted together. He wanted to explain but couldn't. Chapter 252. She could only stare at her grandmother, stuttering. In the end, she stomped her foot at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze smiled and said to her, "Did you hear that? You have to do something next time. I'll supervise you at night. You do it, and I'll enjoy it. Get lost." Gu Jingze laughed wickedly. Lin Che really wanted to tear his mouth off. Looking at the big room, Grandma asked curiously, "Is this my ward?" "Yes, Grandma. You have a good rest. You have an operation tomorrow. You've been tired for a few days. Have a good rest. Alright, you two don't have to worry about me. I can sleep anywhere. It's just that this room is too big. I'm not seriously ill, so I'd better go to a smaller ward. I don't want to disturb other people." "No, it's okay. There are many places here. Grandma, you don't have to worry about me." Seeing that Grandma had rested, Lin Che sat there and accompanied her for a while. Seeing that it was getting late and Gu Jingze had prepared people for him, he left. In the evening, Gu Jingze wanted to go home with Lin Che. However, he had started to work during the day, so his subordinates didn't dare to neglect him. They started to work on the first day of the new year. Therefore, he had to deal with some emails and messages sent from abroad overnight. When he left, Gu Jingze was still unhappy. He looked at Lin Che and grabbed her fiercely. He kissed her hard and said, "I really want to strangle you. You only know how to piss me off every day." Lin Che was speechless. "What does it have to do with me?" He shook his head and said, "When I come back, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. You won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Alright, go to bed first. I'm afraid I'll have to stay at the company tonight." Seeing Gu Jingze working so hard, Lin Che felt sorry for him. She knew that he was usually busy, but he kept a distance from her on purpose, so she didn't think much of it. Today, they had talked things out. She knew that he was no longer in contact with Mo Huiling, so she was his only wife. No matter what happened in the future, as a wife, she would definitely care about her husband. Gu Jingze was paying for his stubbornness in the morning. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. These jobs had to be done no matter when. He had to do it sooner or later. The next day, Lin Che waited for her grandmother's operation. Thinking that she had been busy yesterday, she didn't have the time to look for anyone. She said coquettishly, "Sister Yu, a woman has to rely on herself. How can I look for a man for everything? Sister Yu is the only capable woman I know. I should look for someone." Yu. Thinking of how she had been putting on a show yesterday, she didn't have time to look for someone else. She said to Yu Minmin coquettishly, "Sister Yu, women have to rely on themselves. How can you look for a man for everything? Among all the powerful women, Sister Yu is the only one I know. If I didn't look for you, who else would I look for? You. If others heard this, they would really think that I'm very capable." The two of them were familiar with each other, so it was natural for them to joke around. Yang Lingxin watched from the side and smiled, saying, "The outside world actually doesn't know that you're Mrs. Gu, Sister Che. Now that I think about it, I still feel very surprised." Lin Che said, "Many artists will keep their marriages a secret. This is nothing." Yu Minmin said, "Who do you think Gu Jingzi is?" "Xiao Axian, you haven't been in the society for long. With Gu Jingzi's influence, it's easy for him to keep it a secret. Otherwise, how did he manage to keep such a low profile all these years? Look at the people around him. It's not easy for him to break through. Besides, not many media outlets would dare to broadcast Gu Jingzi's personal news without his permission, right?" Yang Lingxi nodded. "Oh, I see. Gu Jingzi keeps a low profile. He's not like those rich and powerful people who like to show off." Her face was still full of admiration as she spoke. She looked at Lin Che and said enviously, "Sis Che, you're so kind-hearted. That's why you met such a good husband. I think it's great that you two are together. Gu Jingzi is so handsome, and Sis Che is so beautiful." In everyone's eyes, Mrs. Gu was so glamorous and beautiful. Lin Che wanted to say that they had met many coincidences along the way. They hadn't gotten along well with each other, but they had gotten along well at the beginning. But he didn't need to tell anyone about it. It was enough to keep it to himself. They wouldn't believe her even if she told them. They might even think that she was showing off on purpose. Lin Che used to have the same mentality. But after he married into the Gu family, he realized that it wasn't easy for the Gu family. He knew how hard Gu Jingzi was working. Although the three brothers of the Gu family had different paths, they were all working hard on their own paths. None of them wanted to be a carefree young master. Yu Minmin smiled at Yang Lingxin. "You're just a little girl. You're so sensitive. If you really admire him so much, I'll help you talk to him." "No, Yu. I'll just admire him in my heart. But why don't I see Gu Jingzi today?" She looked around curiously. She only saw a few of Gu Jingzi's men guarding the place, but he wasn't there. Lin Che explained, "He had something to do at the company tonight. He's been busy the whole night and hasn't come home yet. I don't think he'll come." Yang Lingxin was a little disappointed. She said, "All right. Gu Jingzi must be very busy. He's been busy the whole night. He should have a good rest during the day." Lin Che didn't listen to what she said. He raised his head and saw the lights flashing. The surgery had been going on for half an hour. After a while, the doctor finally came out. Lin Che hurried over. The doctor said to Lin Che respectfully, "Mrs. Gu, this is the polyp we removed from your grandmother. Please take a look." After the surgery, the results would be shown to the family members. Although Lin Che didn't dare to look at it, she still looked at it carefully, even though she couldn't understand anything. The doctor said, "The surgery was successful. We'll take it for testing later." Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Mrs. Gu, please believe in our hospital. We'll do our best." Grandma was sent to the ward very quickly. Although it was a minor surgery, she was old after all. She slept there. Lin Che held her hand and thought to herself. She thought that she had no family. Her father didn't want her and her mother passed away. When she was alone, her grandmother appeared again. Now, her grandmother was her only family. Looking at her grandmother, she thought that she had to become stronger so that she wouldn't be like her mother, who couldn't even protect the people she loved. She had to work harder. After sitting there for a long time, a sound came from outside. Someone said that Gu Jingze was here. Chapter 253. Lin Che hurriedly raised his head. Just as he was about to get up, a large hand pressed down on his shoulder. Lin Che turned around and saw that Gu Jingze's eyes were still a little red. Although his face was still cold and expressionless, his eyes clearly showed the tiredness of a sleepless night. It seemed that he had just finished his work at the company and came over. Before Lin Che could say anything, Gu Jingze had already shushed her. He pointed to the bed and took Lin Che's hand with one hand. Silently, he took her out of the room. When they were outside, Gu Jingze held her hand and looked at her. How was the surgery? Hearing how hoarse his voice was, Lin Che hurriedly asked, You've been busy and haven't slept yet? Gu Jingze said, A few cases were sent here and I handled them together. It's okay. They are almost done. Lin Che felt a little uncomfortable. She couldn't help him at all when she saw him working so hard. She hated that she didn't study economics in the first place. She couldn't help him with his projects at all. Now she even caused trouble for him. She was so busy, but she still came here to care about her grandmother. Grandma is fine. The surgery was very successful, but the test results haven't been received yet, she said. Gu Jingze nodded and caressed her face. Then, you don't have to worry too much. Yes, Grandma will be fine. Don't worry too much. If you didn't sleep last night, why don't you take a rest now? Lin Che saw that his eye sockets were a little green. Although he looked decadent, it was still not healthy. Gu Jingze said, There are still some things left, some things left. Didn't you say that they were almost done? Almost. It's not like I'm done. You are so silly. It's okay. I'll handle it in the conference room of the hospital next door. There's not much left. I just need to look at some forms. Lin Che looked back. Grandma was still sleeping soundly. She wouldn't wake up for a while. So she raised her head and said, Then, is there anything I can help you with? You're helping me by watching me. Gu Jingze didn't think that she could do anything with her intelligence. You don't want to. Let me do something. I also know some office tools. At most, I can help you serve tea or something. Don't look down on me. After all, I graduated from university. Lin Che really wanted to help out a little so that he wouldn't look so useless. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che helplessly and nodded. In the end, he still fulfilled her wish. Lin Che immediately skipped and followed him to the next room. The meeting room had been prepared for Gu Jingze. The computer and documents were all there. Lin Che walked over to take a look. The forms were filled with numbers. She didn't really understand them. Gu Jingze asked, Why? Do you know how to sort out forms? Lin Che looked at her and laughed dryly. He found an excuse and said, I'm not good at math. Give me some knowledge about Chinese. Gu Jingze said, Then, can you help me organize the language for this proposal? Lin Che's lips twitched. She picked up the proposal and looked at it. Fuck, there were so many strange lines on it. She felt dizzy just looking at them. I'm actually not that good at composition for Chinese. I can only memorize poems. Is there anything else? Gu Jingze laughed when he saw how silly she was trying to find excuses to save face. The first smile of the morning flashed on his tired face. Lin Che raised his head and saw it with a single glance. Looking at the curve of his lips, the slight curve made Lin Che dumbfounded. Although he didn't smile much, he looked really good when he smiled. Because of his pleasing smile, Lin Che forgave his merciless mockery just now. Gu Jingze didn't tease her anymore. He pointed to the documents at the side and said, "You might as well help me organize these documents." "How do I organize them?" As soon as she heard that she had something to do, she cheered up again. Her energetic appearance was very interesting to see. "Arrange them according to the date." "Ah, okay, I'll do it. Don't worry, I'll definitely complete the task." Lin Che thought that it was a simple task. She quickly sat down and started working hard. After that, Gu Jingze used his thin laptop to type and video chat with others. He was extremely busy speaking in various languages. Lin Che held a pen in her mouth and took notes as she arranged the documents in chronological order. These jobs were really boring. She thought that the life of these office workers was really hard. Although they were so tired from filming, it was still a little interesting. It was so boring. Lin Che finally finished arranging the documents. Seeing that Gu Jingze didn't care about her and was still busy, she sat there and waited. After a while, she felt a little drowsy. By the time Gu Jingze raised his head, she had already drawn countless circles on his face with her pen. Gu Jingze's mood, which was originally gloomy because of the lack of sleep, suddenly brightened up when he saw her little face. He looked at her speechlessly and said, "Lin Che." Lin Che nodded her head in her sleep. She looked so cute. But there was already a circle of saliva on the documents she had just arranged. Speechless, Gu Jingze leaned over and pulled the pen away from her chin. Lin Che fell onto the table. After regaining consciousness for a moment, he saw Gu Jingze standing beside him with a muffled smile on his face. "Damn it," Lin Che got up and shouted, "Gu Jingze, what are you doing?" She wiped her mouth. It was wet. She was shocked and looked down at the table. Indeed, there was a circle of saliva on it. "Oh my God, isn't this information very important?" Lin Che was scared out of his wits. He felt that he had made a grave mistake. She really couldn't do anything right, but was good at spoiling things. "Forget it, it's okay," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. How could she think that it was okay? "Tell me the truth. Is this information very expensive?" "It's not very expensive. This information only involves 3 projects. Each project costs about 1.3 billion yuan. How many billion yuan would that be?" Lin Che was not good at math. She felt her head getting dizzier. "Oh my God, I can't afford it even if I sell myself. What should I do, Gu Jingze? What should I do?" Gu Jingze thought that she was really stupid. If he didn't keep a close eye on her, with her brain, she wouldn't even know that she was cheated until she lost her underwear. He said that it involves so many projects, but he didn't say that it would really be used to decide on projects worth billions. But Gu Jingze thought to himself, "I'll let you be anxious for a while. It's your fault for not making me angry." He smiled and moved closer to her. "Do you really feel sorry?" "Yeah." Lin Che felt that she was going to die of guilt. Just then, Gu Jingze suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her up. He pushed her onto the table in front of him. Lin Che sat down on the table with his legs slightly spread apart. The hidden spot in the middle was placed shyly in front of him. Chapter 254. Gu Jingze said, "If you want to compensate me, you can, as long as you..." Gu Jingze's body squeezed between her legs. Lin Che looked around instinctively. Although there was no one around, her back was still cold. "All right, you. What are you doing here?" She wanted to close her legs, but he had already squeezed in between. Her closing only made him even more tightly squeezed. What's wrong? You're in such a hurry. Didn't you say that you don't want me to touch you anymore? It's only been a while, and you can't take it anymore. Get lost, I'm not. Don't worry. I'm not in yet. You don't have to rush. When I'm in, it doesn't matter how tight you squeeze. You, Gujingza, I'm not squeezing you, but she could already feel his hands moving up her back. Her clothes were pushed up, and only when her chest was exposed did he stop. His eyes twinkled as he stared at her beauty. Lin Che hurriedly covered herself. He smiled and looked at Lin Che, thinking that this fool didn't know that this vague appearance was even more enchanting. He couldn't help but move his lips from her navel up bit by bit. Lin Che looked up immediately. She felt that the man in front of her was attracting all her attention. She raised her head and took deep breaths. But her body was still slowly contracting as if she was out of oxygen. With every movement, it became more and more difficult to endure. Until his lips stopped above her cleavage, his big hands left a large patch of heat. She bit her lip and snorted. But she quickly shook her head. No, not here. He raised his head and looked at her panicked expression. He smiled and pressed his lips against hers. It was a kiss that went deep into her soul, and she was almost defeated. However, he still stopped at this moment. He looked at her with a smile and carefully pulled down her clothes. Okay, I know, not here, although he really didn't want to let her go, they were in the hospital. He said, okay, save it all up. When we get home, you can find me to satisfy yourself. Scram, who wasn't satisfied, although her heart was a little messed up because of his provocation, but he couldn't say that either. She really wanted to bite him to death. When she went out, she saw that Yu Minmin and Yang Lingxin were still there. When Yu Minmin saw the two of them coming out together, he shook his head and smiled. Behind them, Yang Lingxin's eyes were fixed on Gu Jingze. She stared at him, unmoving. Gu Jingze said, take a look at Grandma first. I'll deal with it and see when the test results will come out. Lin Che curled his lips and glared at him, looking like he was trying to chase him away. Gu Jingze, on the other hand, had returned to his neat and tidy appearance. No one could tell that he had behaved like a beast just now. Seriously, Lin Che thought, this man is a beast in human skin. After they left, Yang Lingxin said from the side, wow, Sis Che, Gu Jingze treats you so well. He even specially came to visit Grandma. Yu Minmin nudged Lin Che and said, yeah, you're torturing dogs every day. Lin Che glared at her. Who's showing off? Yu Minmin said, do you think I'm blind? You looked so distracted when you came out. Yu Minmin saw that Lin Che couldn't hide the expression on his face and blushed. She quickly said, all right, let's get down to business. Lin Che, I'm here to congratulate you. I just found out that you've been nominated for Best Actress at the Panda TV Festival. Aw. No way. Lin Che was stunned. Yu Minmin said, well, it hasn't been announced to the public yet. But I know someone inside, so he told me in advance when he found out about it. Yang Lingxin asked, puzzled, is this award very important? Yu Minmin said, of course. To the people in Country C's TV industry, this is the Emmy Award. Wow, that's amazing. Yang Lingxin looked at Lin Che. Sis Che, congratulations. You've won Best Actress. Lin Che was very surprised. He felt that it was impossible. Last year, she had won the Best Newcomer Award at the Panda TV Festival and was already very happy. But this year, she was nominated for Best Actress. She was really lucky. She didn't expect it. Luckily, she was excited for a while and didn't let it get to her head. She looked at Yang Lingxin and said, it's just a nomination. There will be a few nominees competing for it. I'm sure there will be a lot of people competing for the Panda TV Festival. I guess I won't have anything to do with it. Yu Minmin said, don't say that. It's good enough to be nominated. Yeah, being nominated is already a great recognition for me. Of course I'm happy to be nominated. Even if I don't, I'm still very satisfied. Lin Che didn't have much hope for herself. She had just entered the industry and there were so many seniors. How could they give it to her so easily? Although the public had given her the title of one of the four beauties, it didn't mean that she was really an A-lister. Whether she could become an A-lister or remain a semi-famous celebrity depended on her hard work in the future. Just then, Gu Jingze came back. He said that his grandmother's report would be out in 4 days. This was the fastest they could do. Although Lin Che was a little worried, she had to wait patiently. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, I was nominated for Best Female Lead in the Panda TV Festival. Seeing that Lin Che was so happy, Gu Jingze said, really? Congratulations. Hee, although the chances of winning are not high, I'm still very happy. The report isn't out yet. It'll probably be a while before it's out. The awards ceremony is next month. I'm going to the Panda TV Festival again. Gu Jingze said, yeah, because you're capable. You should be participating in it anyway. Lin Che turned to look at his grandmother and said, I want to see Grandma. I don't want to go back. I want to prepare a house for Grandma and see if she's willing to stay here. It'll be convenient for me to take care of her. Gu Jingze said, that's a good idea. But it still depends on Grandma. If she's willing, she can find a house near us and send someone to take care of her. When Lin Che heard that he was going to make arrangements, he felt that his arrangements would be very grand. I'll just find an apartment. The thing is, if it's too far away from us, it'll be inconvenient for us to take care of her. Lin Che thought about it and agreed. Gu Jingze said, leave it to me. But, you're my wife. Your grandmother is my grandmother. Shouldn't I take care of her? No buts. When Grandma wakes up, we'll make arrangements. I'll send someone to look after the house first. This man was really overbearing at times like this. He didn't allow anyone to reject him. After he finished speaking, he turned around to give instructions to the others. However, Yu Minmin and Yang Lingxin, who were listening quietly at the back, looked at Lin Che with a smile. Yang Lingxin said to Yu Minmin, looks like Gu Jingze treats Sister Che very well. I'm so envious. He's so handsome and treats people so well. Chapter 255. Yu Minmin looked at Yang Lingxin. That's enough. They are husband and wife. Of course they have a good relationship. The rumors about Gu Jingze are not fake. Don't be fooled by President Gu's appearance. Hearing this, Yang Lingxin looked in Gu Jingze's direction and nodded hurriedly. Yu Minmin said, Lin Che is lucky. She is so stupid that she can't even cook well. Luckily, the Gu family has everything and she doesn't need to do anything. Grandma woke up quickly. Lin Che stayed by her side and smiled at her. Grandma, how are you feeling? I'm fine. I just had a long dream. She said. Lin Che smiled. Oh yes, Grandma, since you have come to be city and you are getting old, why don't you stay here and let me take care of you from now on? Grandma hurriedly said, No, Xiao Che. Lin Che was a little surprised that Grandma would reject him without hesitation. Why? Grandma, isn't this place good? No, it's just that, Xiao Che, this place is good. I really feel that the ravine we lived in is not good. No wonder your mother doesn't want to go back after she came out. Really, this place is great. It has everything. But Grandma is getting old. I've lived there all my life and I don't have many years left. It's better that I go back. Lin Che's eyes became moist when he heard this. But Grandma, you are alone there, not alone. Although our place is small, the neighbors are very nice. They are like a family and they will take care of me. How can I be alone? Don't I still have you now? Although we are very far away, I can still call you when I miss you. I can still come to see you when I miss you, right? Lin Che looked at Grandma's old face. He really didn't want her to go back like this. Outside, Gu Jingze went out to make arrangements and returned to the hospital. In the corridor, a cheerful female voice said happily, "President Gu, you are back." He turned around and saw Yang Lingxin standing at the side. When he faced people, his expression was cold as usual, without any warmth. He only looked to the side and asked curtly, "Where are the others?" Yang Lingxin said, "Sister Che is accompanying Grandma in the ward. Sister Yu has returned to the company to deal with urgent matters. President Gu, by the way." Yang Lingxin took out an exquisite lunchbox from behind. "I think President Gu hasn't eaten yet, so I made some lunchboxes when I got home. Would President Gu like to try it?" Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at her face. Yang Lingxin raised her head and smiled, her eyes filled with anticipation. After a while, Gu Jingze said, "No, I've eaten." After that, he didn't look at her again and walked into the ward. Yang Lingxin was still holding up her brand new lunchbox. Her expression was stiff as she stood there, her face filled with disappointment. Yu Minmin had just told her that Lin Che didn't know how to cook, so she ran home full of hope and made a beautiful box of bento. But, to her surprise, Gu Jingze didn't want it. Looking in the direction of the ward, she felt wronged and bit her lower lip. Lin Che came out of the ward and looked at Gu Jingze. Grandma said that she doesn't want to stay. She just wants to return to her roots one day. What should I do? Lin Che was a little sad. Her eyes flickered as she looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze said, "I can understand Grandma's thoughts. She has lived there all her life. She doesn't want to change at such an old age. She can adapt to life better when she's younger, but it's hard for an older person to adapt to a new place. But I'm a little worried about Grandma. What if something happens to her over there?" Lin Che said. Gu Jingze gently played with her hair and looked at her. Although this little girl was silly at times, she was actually a kind-hearted girl. Her thoughts were also very meticulous. "All right, I'll arrange for someone to look after Grandma and help her. Even if she's over there, she won't be alone anymore. You don't have to worry too much." Lin Che hadn't thought of this just now. After hearing Gu Jingze's words, she said, "Yeah, we can do that." But she still raised her head and said, "But isn't it a little too troublesome?" She was causing trouble for him again. This made her feel a little embarrassed. What's so troublesome about it? Didn't I say that your grandmother is my grandmother? But, if you say, but again, I'll be angry. Gu Jingze glared at her. All right, all right. All right. I won't say any more. She looked at Gu Jingze warmly. Thank you, Gu Jingze. If you really feel grateful, you should be more obedient and smarter. Don't always be so stupid. Get lost. You're just too smart. We're just ordinary people. To us, people like you are the abnormal ones. However, although Grandma didn't want to stay, she could still stay here for a while for the time being. After all, it wasn't easy for her to come here. She should stay for a few days to rest and have some fun. Moreover, she should have a good rest after the surgery. Therefore, the house that Gu Jingze found nearby was put to good use. Since it was a minimally invasive surgery, Gu Jingze didn't stay in the hospital for too long. He found someone to bring Grandma to the villa. On the way, Grandma sat in the car with Lin Che on one side and Yang Lingxin, who volunteered to help, in the front. The three of them walked towards the villa. It was Yang Lingxin's first time sitting in such an expensive car. She touched the leather and said, "Sister Che, is this car very famous?" Lin Che looked at her naive look. It was the same as how he was back then. However, Lin Che didn't know much about this. He still couldn't tell which car was which. He recognized the Porsche logo, but the difference in price between Porsches was huge. It was really hard for her to tell which was the expensive one and which was the cheap one. Lin Che said, "I don't know much about this either. It should be quite expensive." Yang Lingxin smiled cutely. "This is the first time I've seen so much with you, Sister Che. That's because you've just entered society. However, whether it's a famous brand or not, it's all for others to see. Work hard and live a happy life. That's the most important thing." Because he really liked Yang Lingxin, Lin Che didn't joke around and said to her seriously. When Yang Lingxin heard that, she quickly nodded her head, looking very obedient. Soon, they arrived at the villa. After they got out of the car, Grandma looked at the villa from the outside and said, "Wow, whose courtyard is this? It's so nice." Lin Che smiled and brought the two of them in to take a look. Grandma couldn't stop praising, "This is too big. How can I live here?" Lin Che said, "This place is closer to where I live. Gu Jingze has sent someone to take care of you. There will be a doctor here for the next few days, so you can live here without worry." Lin Che went out to arrange for someone to take care of the villa. Grandma looked at Yang Lingxin and said, "Xiao Che, you married Jingze. Isn't he very good?" Chapter 256. Yang Lingxin smiled. "Grandma, you don't know, but the president is Gu Jingze's brother. The biggest building in country C belongs to Gu Jingze. The best house belongs to Gu Jingze. The richest person is also Gu Jingze. So, Sister Che's marriage couldn't be better." Wow, that's amazing. Although she didn't really understand, she knew what it meant by "couldn't be better" was. She looked around in admiration and muttered to herself, "I've never lived in such a nice house before. It's really like a palace." However, Yang Lingxin didn't want to say anything more. She turned around and her expression turned cold. Lin Che was relieved that his grandma was resting here. He went straight to the company and helped Yu Minmin deal with the company's matters. The Panda TV Festival soon made an announcement and the list of nominees was published online. Everyone saw that Lin Che had been nominated for the Best Female Lead Award with her first leading role in a TV series. Everyone was shocked. However, someone soon realized that Mu Firen was also nominated for the Best Female Lead Award. The netizens immediately said, "That's it. Lin Che probably has nothing to do with it anymore. If Mu Firen is here, what else can I do?" However, there were also people who said that maybe the Panda TV Festival wanted to do something special this year, so that Lin Che could make a big comeback and attract people's attention. However, in the company, the studio was a little gloomy. They felt that they had finally been nominated, but they actually met Mu Firen. They felt that they had made a big mistake. However, Lin Che clapped his hands and said to everyone, "All right, I'm just going to take a look today. We'll definitely win next year, okay?" Yu Minmin said, "That's enough. How can you boost morale like that? You just gave up." Lin Che said, "Forget it. With Sister Firen around, I definitely won't have anything to do with it. It's fine as long as I can get nominated. Look at the nominees. They're all A-list celebrities. If I can get in, it'll be an honor, right?" Yu Minmin said, "You're right. Forget it. Although we don't have much hope of winning, we're going to the Panda TV festival after all. Let's cheer up and get Lin Che's wardrobe ready. Oh yeah, let's see if there are any good brand sponsors. If we can get a few, it'll be very eye-catching. Everyone listened to the conversation between the two of them and continued to get busy. In the evening, when Shen Yuran heard that Lin Che's grandmother had come, he specially came over to visit her. Shen Yuran walked with Lin Che. She felt strange as she looked ahead. Gu Jingze is so nice to you. He even bought such a big house for your grandmother. But it's true. This house is expensive to us, but to Gu Jingze, it's just a piece of real estate. Shen Yuran was funny and clever, so Grandma had a good impression of her. However, Grandma still needed to rest after the operation. After sitting for a while, they told the servants of the Gu family to take good care of Gu Changel and left. When they went back to their respective homes, Shen Yuran received a call from her family. Her family wanted her to come home quickly because they had something to tell her. Shen Yuran was speechless as she said, "My parents are still busy introducing boyfriends to me. It's as if they can't wait for me to get married tomorrow." Lin Che said, "If that's the case, I actually think Dr. Chin is pretty good. Forget it, I'm not worthy. Alright, bye-bye, I'll go back first." Shen Yuran then said goodbye to Lin Che. Shen Yuran was on her way home. She was worried that she would see a few people at home when she got home, so she picked up the phone and called her mother. "Mom, why do you want me to go home? I'm telling you, I will never go on a blind date again. Don't try to trick me into going home. It's really not a blind date. I heard from your sister that your boss is very rich and often drives you home when he has nothing to do. I want to ask you if you can borrow your boss's car. Your father will be proud to drive a rich car back home, right?" She didn't expect it to be because of this. Shen Yuran said to her mother helplessly, "Don't listen to her, okay? I'm not that close to my boss." Chen Yuxing often drove her home because she always worked late because of Chen Yuxing. If you're not close, how can he drive you home every day? Let me ask you, does your boss want something to do with you? How is that possible, Mom? Let me tell you, our boss's annual salary is 30 million yuan and he has his own studio. He's a super amazing person. Do you think he will like someone like your daughter? He's that amazing. He probably won't marry you, but he might just want to play with you. Yuran, don't fall for his tricks just because he's rich. Mom. Are you my real mother or not? Shen Yuran said, "I know I can't get close to him, but I'm not that stupid. Okay, I'm hanging up. You can't borrow the car. Just give up." Sometimes, Shen Yuran felt that if Lin Che was alone and didn't have to care about the other members of the Lin family, it would actually be quite free and unrestrained. Just look at how she ended up living with her family in such a small house. She didn't have any living space of her own. Soon, she took the bus to her home. Before she could enter the door, her hand was grabbed by a man. Shen Yuran was so scared that she almost screamed. Under the dark shade of the tree, the man covered her mouth and said, "Shu, lower your voice." Shen Yuran looked up and saw that the person in front of her was none other than that damned Zhou Minhan. He actually dared to come here after she sent him to the hospital. Shen Yuran looked at him speechlessly. "Why are you here again? Let me tell you, don't even think about touching me again. This time, I won't be polite." Shen Yuran came out. Zhou Minhan caught up to her and said, "Yuran, it wasn't easy for me to come to find you. It's our school's anniversary. Aren't you going back?" "Thank you, but I don't want to go back." "Don't. Think about our past. Ever since you slept with that bitch, we haven't had a past. Yuran, why are you doing this? I've already apologized to you and I've been begging you. Don't be too willful. Look at me, where am I not good? My family is good and I look good. You're not a child anymore. You've graduated. It's time for you to think about your future. If you miss me, do you know where else you'll get to find a good man? Let go of Shin Yuran. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Zhou Minhan turned around and saw that the person who came in was actually the person who was with Shin Yuran at the hospital that day. He hadn't taken a good look that day, but today, he narrowed his eyes and looked at him seriously. What relationship did this man have with Shin Yuran? Why would he suddenly appear at her house? Chapter 257. Chen Yuqing strode over from the stone slab to Shin Yuran's side. Like a cool breeze, he pulled Shin Yuran over. Shin Yuran hadn't expected him to suddenly appear here. She looked up at him with a dull expression. Zhou Minhan didn't ignore the branded watch and clothes he was wearing, not to mention the Aston Martin that was worth nearly 10 million yuan behind him. Zhou Minhan looked at him curiously. Who are you? It's none of your business between me and Shin Yuran. Chen Yuqing glanced at Shin Yuran. And who are you? Zhou Minhan said, I'm Yuran's boyfriend. Ha, I've never heard her mention it before. He snorted. Zhou Minhan looked at Chen Yuqing and remembered that Shin Yuran had been very close to her boss recently. Oh, I know. You must be the boss of her company. He said. Chen Yuqing just glanced at him and snorted contemptuously. So what if I am? Zhou Minhan said directly to Shin Yuran, Yuran, don't be fooled by him. This kind of person with a little bit of money likes to deceive a little girl like you who doesn't know much about the world. You should stay as far away from him as possible in the future. As he spoke, he was about to come over again. However, Chen Yuqing pressed down on his outstretched hand. With a forceful push, he howled and retreated to the side. Chen Yuqing snorted. He shook his hand and grabbed Shin Yuran's shoulder with one hand. Shin Yuran was stunned. She looked at Chen Yuqing and leaned close to his shoulder. She didn't smell like a doctor's disinfectant. Instead, he smelled sweet, like a green apple. Chen Yuqing looked at the dumbfounded man in front of him. That's right. I love to deceive naive girls like her. She's my girlfriend now. If you dare to get close to her again, I won't be polite to you. Zhou Minhan's expression changed. Although Shin Yuran wasn't ugly, how could a girl like her enter the eyes of such a person? You. Impossible. You're lying to me. You're definitely not dating. Chen Yuqing looked at him. Why? Will you only believe me if we make out in front of you? With that, Chen Yuqing pinched her chin tightly with one hand. She raised her head and looked at him with glassy eyes. When she felt his aura getting closer and closer, her heart started to beat faster. Up close, he was actually quite good-looking. Especially that pair of high and mighty eyes. At this moment, it was very interesting. When Zhou Minhan saw this, he couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted, all right, I believe you. He glared at Shin Yuran unwillingly. After a long time, he finally said, all right, Yuran, I'm the one who loves you. You'll know sooner or later. Don't be bewitched by him now. When the time comes, you'll know that this kind of old man is the best at deceiving people. Don't worry, I'll always be waiting for you. With that, he glared at Chen Yuqing and fled with his tail between his legs. Shin Yuran had never imagined that he would have such a good time. After he left and he let go of her, she looked up and said, thank you for today. Chen Yuqing said, let's see what sort of taste you had in the past. Shin Yuran said, who hasn't loved a few scumbags when they were young? Alright, that's not an excuse. You'd better stay away from this kind of man. A good horse doesn't return to the grass. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Of course I know that. But I didn't expect him to come back to me. Oh yes, why did you come back to me? I was just passing by. Chen Yuqing looked around and said, go up. It's late. I'll watch you go back, lest you get cheated at your own doorstep. You're so annoying. How could that be possible? As Shen Yuran spoke, he took a deep look at him. For the first time, she felt that this tall and strong man wasn't really that annoying. Actually, she already knew that Chen Yuqing was a good person, but his mouth was a little rotten. She also knew that this tall and strong man had a reason for his arrogance. He was capable, rich, and had a high status. Naturally, he had the right to be arrogant. Gu Jing's busiest days coincided with Grandma's stay. Lin Che didn't see him for a few days, but he still called every day to ask what Lin Che was doing. Lin Che answered them one by one. From time to time, he could hear Gu Jingze on the other end of the line listening to some news call. Grandma looked at Lin Che's phone call with a sweet expression on her face. She smiled and said to Lin Che, your mother used to be like this too. When she was young, she was actually in a relationship with a young man. I know all about it. She used to write letters. She didn't have a phone back then, and the way she wrote letters was different. Liu. Isn't it Lin? Lin Che was peeling an orange when he heard Grandma's words. He tilted his head and asked casually. No, of course not, Lin Che said. Lin Che said, then why is she with my dad? I don't know about this. Your mother has been full of ideas since she was young. She doesn't tell me anything. Lin Che didn't mind. When Yu Minmin called to ask her to try on some clothes at the company, Lin Che told Grandma to rest first and went to the company. Yu Minmin picked a few clothes for her and asked about the clothes of the others. I asked. Mu Firen is wearing a black gown. You mustn't choose black. It'll be easy for people to say that you're comparing yourself to her. Qin Wanwan is wearing blue, Song Shuhai is wearing pink, Xan Xiaoyuan is wearing green, and Wang Qingchu is wearing green. Lin Che nodded. He thought in his heart, it's just a Panda TV festival, why do I have to use so much brain power? At home, she kept worrying about her wardrobe, not knowing what color she should wear. At this time, Gu Jingze happened to come back. He saw her scratching her ears and cheeks and thought that she looked quite cute like this. He had really been twisted by her sense of beauty. How could she even think that she was pretty in this state? Gu Jingze, you came back at the right time. Help me take a look and see which clothes I should choose. Gu Jingze asked, what are you doing? I'm going to the Panda TV festival. I heard that I'm looking for a few big brands to sponsor clothes for me. Big sis, you asked me to think about what color I should wear first so that I can get sponsors. What do you think about blue? Gu Jingze shook his head and said, it doesn't look good. Then, what about red? It doesn't look good either. Then what should I do? Lin Che didn't know how to choose. Gu Jingze smiled. He took Lin Che's little hand and made her sit on his lap. He thought for a moment and said, forget it. I'll arrange it for you later. You don't have to worry about the clothes. Lin Che looked at him. Are you going to help me get sponsors from big brands? Gu Jingze was speechless. What sponsorship? However, he didn't explain it to her in detail. Just wait. Chapter 258. Since Lin Che didn't know anything about it, he decided to wait for him to prepare. On the day of the Panda Television Festival, the police cordoned off the entire area. Outside the venue, it was a star-studded scene. The reporters held up their cameras and took pictures of all the celebrities, afraid that a big shot would be missed. As for the fans, they had already surrounded the perimeter of the stage. Online and on television, many people were eagerly waiting for the live broadcast of the television festival. Meanwhile, in the company, Lin Che, who was about to attend the television festival, was urgently preparing his outfit. Just then, a group of people came in and said that they were here to deliver something to Lin Che. Under the astonished gazes of the people in the company, the group of people lined up neatly in front. The trays in their hands looked so exquisite that it made people speechless. The employees who had never seen such a scene before sighed at the back. Why did they look so professional and cultured, as if they were professionals? Lin Che suddenly thought of something and said to Yu Minmin, "It should be the sponsored clothes sent by Gu Jingze." After the people in front bowed to Lin Che, they opened the things on the trays one by one. Gasps of admiration could be heard from the people around them. It was a very fairy-like gown. It was a lotus root purple dress with straps on the shoulders and a ribbon at the waist. There was a long slit at the bottom. After Lin Che put it on, she looked like she had walked out of a painting. There was also a bunch of jewelry that matched the dress. Lin Che said, "There's jewelry too." Yu Minmin said, "That's great. Boss Gu is really thoughtful. Let's pack up and go." After dressing up, the car was ready outside. Lin Che entered the venue at the back of the line. The reason was simple. She was nominated for the Best Actress. The Panda Television Festival was a gathering of stars. Before entering, she could already see the lights of the fans in the distance, flashing the names of the big names. Every big name was amazing and made Lin Che look forward to it. In the middle, there were people holding her photos. Although there weren't as many as the A-list celebrities, she was still very happy. At the end of the day, she was someone with fans. Before Lin Che reached the venue, the people on the red carpet were already talking about it. "I'm surprised that Lin Che was nominated for the Best Actress. Her drama series isn't very popular. But it won't be her turn. How long has it been since she entered the industry? He has a backer. Why can't I? Humph, I'd like to know how strong her backing is. Is it strong enough to help her kill Mu Firen tonight?" It was natural that no one liked Lin Che. Wherever there were women, there would be disputes. Moreover, they were all Lin Che's competitors. Lin Che had just become famous not long ago. Before she became famous, everyone knew that Lin Che used to be a minor character who couldn't even get a role. Who knew that she would become popular after she got a role in Gu Jingyu's TV series? She was just a supporting character, but she was even more popular than the main character. She was practically an instant hit. Now, in less than a year, she was already competing for the Best Female Lead award. Naturally, no one wanted to praise her. They just wanted to see how she would fall from the sky and die tragically one day. At this moment, there was a commotion on the red carpet. Everyone looked over and saw that it was another popular celebrity who had entered. Qin Wanwan, who had just starred in a movie, was dressed generously. She was filming the movie and also had a scandal with the male lead, which made her very popular recently. She had also participated in the Spring Festival Gala, which successfully made people gasp in admiration. Although she was only a guest presenter this time, she was still a hot topic. When someone saw her coming in, they couldn't help but exclaim at her clothes. "Look at her. She's wearing branded clothes. Yeah. She's famous now. She's also walking a high-end path. The sponsors she gets are all from big brands. Wow, the jewelry she's wearing is from Cartier, right? That dress is from Chanel, right? Isn't that a designer brand?" Everyone exclaimed in admiration at the big-name sponsors she had. They were all envious of her. Many people like to get a brand to sponsor them at such a big event. It was just like if a person could get a big-name sponsor for an advertisement, it meant that the person was popular. If a person could get a big-name sponsor for an advertisement, it could also judge whether a person was popular or not. Qin Wanwan's outfit was truly breathtaking. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to look at her and started to discuss her. Qin Wanwan walked the red carpet very quickly. She smiled at the cameras. When she was being interviewed, she also smiled at everyone. She looked very graceful and there was a hint of pride on her face. Thinking that her panel would be very big tomorrow, everyone was a little jealous. At this moment, someone said that Lin Che was here. The television festival's car stopped at the end of the red carpet. The car came to a stop, and Lin Che stepped out with his long legs. The side with the slit looked extremely seductive. His long-sleeved thighs were very fair and tender. Following that, his other leg also stepped out, drawing even more people's attention to the beautiful gown she was wearing. She looked extremely beautiful. She supported the blonde television festival's bodyguard with one hand. After she came down, she felt the lights flashing. Cameras and video cameras were all aimed at her and couldn't stop taking pictures. After all, she was a finalist for the Best Female Lead Award. It was impossible for her to get little attention. The last time she came, she was still a newcomer and the attention wasn't as high as this time. Feeling everyone's eyes on her, she seemed to have become the center of attention. Lin Che also felt a little excited. The one who came with Lin Che was the male lead of her drama series. At this moment, he was naturally standing to the side. The two of them looked very beautiful. When they walked into the venue together, the surrounding fans screamed. The people behind couldn't help but look at her gown and accessories. They suddenly realized that the clothes she was wearing weren't from some popular brand. Instead, they were some clothes and accessories that they couldn't understand. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, her clothes look like they were handmade by the famous Italian designer, Geneve. Isn't that unique in the world? And her necklace. What's that? It looks like a huge diamond. Is it real or fake? Is she crazy? She's attending the Panda Television Festival and she's wearing a fake." Everyone forgot about Qin Wanwan, who was wearing a branded gown. They were all guessing whether Lin Che's clothes were real and how big the diamond on the accessory was. At this moment, someone outside exclaimed with surprise and said that Mu Firen had arrived. Chapter 259. Of course, Mu Firen was still the center of attention. She didn't need any designer accessories and wore plain clothes, but she was still the center of attention. Was this the charm of an A-list celebrity? Lin Che went inside and safely passed the red carpet. He greeted the fans and even went over to take pictures, which made the fans scream even more. When she saw the fans, she forgot Yu Minmin's warning. She didn't want to get too close to the fans in case of danger. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. He only raised his head to take a look when he heard the exclamation. Meanwhile, outside the red carpet, Lin Li finally squeezed into the crowd. She came with the crew to attend the television festival, but she was just a minor character, so she didn't have a car to sit in. With so many people entering the venue, she didn't look as impressive as the big stars. She looked inside angrily and yelled at the organizer, "What's wrong with you? Why didn't we take the Lincoln Stretch limousine? Why did we have to walk in?" The crew member thought to himself, "What's the big deal with you guys? You're just here to join in the fun. Of course you don't have a car." However, he could only say carefully, "Sorry, there are too many of you. Can't we come in batches?" The crew member only smiled awkwardly. She pointed at the red carpet angrily. Then why did Lin Che do it? There are so many people in the crew. Why did she go there alone with the male lead? The crew member couldn't help but laugh. How can you compare yourself with Lin Che? Miss Lin Che is a candidate for the Best Actress award, and she's one of the 4 most popular stars now. In other words, she was implying, who do you think you are? She's a celebrity. Lin Li's face twisted in anger. However, she had been in low spirits recently. She didn't have anything, and her engagement with the Qin family had been cancelled. She didn't dare to be proud of herself for a long time. At this moment, she happened to hear someone shouting Lin Che's name. She looked up and saw that they were all Lin Che's fans. Inside, Lin Che was waving his hands generously and greeting them. That look made her feel disgusted and angry. Seriously, who was she? Didn't she exchange her body for fame? But she couldn't say that she wasn't jealous. She wanted to exchange her body, but Gu Jingze ignored her. Lin Li could only snort. She thought, you're just an illegitimate child. You're just lucky. How dare you compare yourself with me? Humph. I'll step on you sooner or later. Lin Che had just sat down when he saw Gu Jingyu walking over. Lin Che hurriedly said, Senior Jingyu, you're here. Gu Jingyu said, yeah, I saw your audition a few days ago. You're indeed someone I like. You did a good job. Once you sign the contract, we'll start shooting the movie. Lin Che had already gone to Gu Jingyu's place to watch his fantasy movie. Yu Minmin said that they had informed her that it had been approved. Lin Che was also very happy to continue working with Gu Jingyu. Especially after hearing what Mu Wanqing had said, Lin Che felt that he liked Gu Jingyu even more. He couldn't tell that he was still quite affectionate. At this moment, Qin Wanwan also came over. Lin Che, wow, you're so pretty today. Lin Che smiled, thank you. Qin Wanwan said, congratulations to you too. You were nominated for Best Actress. I hope you can win. Lin Che said humbly, forget it. That's because your TV series didn't make it in time. Otherwise, we might be competitors. Although that TV series won another award, it's nothing compared to the Panda TV Festival. Oh right, what movie were you guys talking about? Qin Wanwan's eyes twinkled as she looked at the two of them and asked. Lin Che said, oh right, your movie has been released, right? I think the box office is pretty good. Yeah, the box office is better during the holidays. Qin Wanwan naturally felt very proud of the movie that had just become popular. Their topic was diverted. At this moment, they saw Mu Firen walking over. Hey, Jingyu, Lin Che, you guys are here too. Lin Che quickly shook hands with the senior. Mu Firen looked at Gu Jingyu with a smile. Jingyu, it's been a long time since we've worked together. Let's work together next time. Gu Jingyu didn't give her any face at all. Forget it. I've worked with you so many times that I want to vomit. You're not sick of it yet. The two of them had a good relationship in private, so Gu Jingyu's tone was obviously joking. Mu Firen snorted. You don't want me now that you have Lin Che. As expected, you only see the newcomers smile, but not the old ones. Don't tell me you want Lin Che to be the female lead in your new movie too. Qin Wanwan turned to look at him when she heard that. Lin Che laughed dryly and didn't answer. Gu Jingyu said bluntly, it's none of your business. You have a lot of things to do. Go and evaluate your award. Mu Firen curled her lips and smiled before turning her head away. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu. You're also close to Sister Firen. Gu Jingyu said, you can learn from Mu Firen. She's a person you can date. She's a good person. I've known her since she debuted, so of course I'm familiar with her. When she debuted, she was in a worse state than you. She's also an infatuated person. She's been married to someone for a long time and hasn't announced it yet. No way. She's married in secret. But didn't she want to keep her marriage a secret? Most celebrities would want to keep their marriages a secret. Gu Jingyu shook his head. She doesn't want to. Her husband has a special identity and doesn't want to announce it. Wow. What identity? He's the boss of a movie company. Lin Che said, "You really trust me. You told me everything." Of course. If you dare to tell anyone, I'll break your legs. Do you think you can fight against me with your small arms and legs? Lin Che curled his lips and glared at him. Gu Jingyu looked at this silly girl. Although she looked silly, she seemed to have a special magic power that made people want to trust her unconsciously. Mu Firen also noticed Qin Wanwan at this moment and greeted her. While they were chatting, the television festival finally began. Lin Li was arranged to sit in the last row. At first glance, she saw that Lin Che was sitting with a bunch of big shots, including Gu Jingyu and Mu Firen. They were all A-list big shots. She found it hard to accept that the gap between them was so big. Since when did Lin Che reach such a high position that she had to look up to him? Of course, she was unwilling to accept it, but she could only sit in the back and watch. She thought about how this stinky girl used to be an illegitimate daughter who wore her tattered clothes. Now, the tables had turned. The television festival began one after another, and the awards were given out like flowing water. From small awards to big awards, they began to be awarded one after another. Chapter 260. Gu Jingyu said, "All right. Since you're so self-aware, I won't stand on ceremony with you." Hearing Gu Jingyu's words, Lin Che glared at him. "How can you be like this? Shouldn't you be encouraging me and telling me that I still have a chance? But Firen is indeed very capable. I can't be so hypocritical, can I? Get lost. Friendship is a boat that can capsize just like that. I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Although he said that, Lin Che actually knew that it was impossible for him to win the award today. The heavyweight awards finally started to be presented. On the stage, after a round of performances, the host invited the guest presenters to present the Best Actress award. Mu Firen was nominated for a palace drama, while Lin Che was nominated for a modern drama. There was also a spy drama, which was based on a realistic theme. The screen moved on the four of them, and the host's voice echoed in the magnificent hall. When it came to Mu Firen, her journey echoed on the screen. From being the fourth female lead, to becoming the queen of conversation, and then to finally proving herself with her acting skills. Mu Firen had walked steadily all the way to her current position. In fact, it was very admirable. Next, it was Lin Che's turn. Lin Che's resume was pitifully short. On the screen, an impassioned voice narrated Lin Che's past. From an unknown walk-on to a supporting actress, to a topic of constant discussion, to being named one of the 4 new starlets. Lin Che used a year to show us what it meant to be an instant hit. We looked forward to more of her works, and we looked forward to seeing her perform even better in the entertainment industry. Lin Che felt that he was very lucky to have this day. In the past, he would never have thought that he would be able to have this kind of achievement. Then, it was finally time to announce the results. So, the Best Actress award of this year's Panda TV Festival is Mu Firen. Sure enough, there was no suspense. Mu Firen stood up and walked to the stage with a smile as everyone congratulated her. Lin Che sat down below, his heart also relaxed a little. Although he knew that it wouldn't be him, he still felt a little disappointed. Because if he was nominated, it meant that he still had hope. Now that his hope was gone, he would definitely feel a little disappointed. Lin Che looked at Mu Firen, who was giving her acceptance speech in a very professional manner. She had already lost count of the number of awards she had won, so she looked very calm and her expression did not change much. Sitting there, Lin Che wondered when he would be able to achieve what Mu Firen had achieved, slowly but surely. She had only just started on this path. Sometimes, fans didn't mean anything. Being famous for so many years like Mu Firen was the real deal. At this moment, Qin Wanwan, who was sitting in front of him, also turned around. She looked at Lin Che and said, "Lin Che, being nominated has already proven your ability. Don't mind it too much. Although you didn't win this time, you can definitely do it next time." Lin Che smiled, "Thank you for your consolation. It's alright, I already knew that I wouldn't get the award anyway. The most important thing this time is to participate." "Yeah, I'm already very envious that you were nominated," Qin Wanwan said with a smile. Many people looked at him as if they were saying that if they knew that Lin Che wasn't capable, they would just be cannon fodder today. Lin Che was originally in a good mood, but when he saw these gazes, he felt a little depressed. Whether she won the award or not, it had nothing to do with them. As if noticing those gazes, Qin Wanwan turned around and continued to comfort him. "All right, Lin Che, that's how they are. They don't like to help when you are in need and they like to hit you when you are down. Isn't that how the industry works? Don't mind it too much." Lin Che forced a smile and said, "It's fine, they can just watch it. I think I'm doing pretty well now. It's much better than when I didn't have any films in the beginning." Yeah. On the screen, the awards were still being announced. After the Best Actor and Best Film awards were announced, the host's high-spirited voice rang out again. "Next up, the highly anticipated online voting for the Most Popular Actor and Actress award is finally going to be announced." A minute ago, the online voting channel was closed. Now, everyone can see our latest data. After a month of online voting, hundreds of millions of netizens have finally voted for tonight's King of Fashion. In the next moment, the data was displayed on the big screen. Lin Che's data was also displayed, and everyone could clearly see that her name was much higher than everyone else's. The host turned around and said with a smile, "Congratulations, the winner of this year's King of Fashion, the online voting for the most popular female lead, is Lin Che." Everyone's sympathetic gazes turned around again with a hint of surprise and jealousy. However, the data from the Panda TV festival couldn't be faked. If it was hers, it was hers. Gu Jingyu nudged Lin Che. "Why aren't you getting up to receive your award?" Lin Che was taken aback. Before she could react, she stood up woodenly. All the attention on Lin Che was focused on the Best Female Lead award. Since she didn't expect to be nominated, she forgot about the online voting. However, she never thought about it because there were too many nominees. She always felt that she wouldn't get a chance and that she wouldn't have a lot of fans. Hence, she appeared a little dazed and looked especially funny. She walked up woodenly and even when she received the award, she was still in disbelief. Mu Firen came down after receiving her award. Qin Wanwan looked ahead and said with a smile, "I didn't expect it to be Lin Che. But it makes sense. She's been participating in many shows recently and they're all very eye-catching. She's very likable and has a great variety show effect. Her reviews online are also very high." Qin Wanwan said, "Yes, Lin Che is very outstanding." However, Lin Che had never been looked upon favorably by anyone. After all, she came from a poor background and her rise to fame was an accident. She wasn't the type that the company thought highly of, so they never spent a lot of effort to promote her. However, Qin Wanwan was different. From the moment she debuted, she was the company's focus on grooming her. As soon as she debuted, she released big news that she was the most beautiful woman without makeup and created a lot of hype. Qin Wanwan's expression froze. She turned around and watched Lin Che come down from the stage. Everyone crowded around her to congratulate her. Lin Che smiled and responded to them one by one. His hand holding the award was covered in sweat. It wasn't until she sat down that she regained her senses and said, "Why is it me?" Gu Jingyu was amused by her expression and went up to pinch her face. "Silly, it's you. It's you. The online voting. How would I know if you're asking why it's you?" At the banquet after the award ceremony, everyone toasted each other. Lin Che didn't sit for long before he received a call from Gu Jingze. Chapter 261. How is it? Is it over soon? Hearing Gu Jingze's voice, Lin Che felt as if she had walked out of a dream and into the real world. His always calm and pleasant voice made people feel that it was so wonderful, as if no matter how bad the mood was, it could be pulled back into the spring breeze. She suddenly felt that she really missed him. She really wanted to see him. Lin Che said, "Yeah, it's almost over. I just finished work. Shall I go and pick you up?" "Yeah, sure," Lin Che said happily. Thinking that she would be able to see Gu Jingze soon, a beautiful smile bloomed on her face. Seeing Lin Che smiling, Qin Wanwan walked over and said, "What are you doing? I haven't congratulated you for winning the award. Let's go out and celebrate tonight." Lin Che smiled and said, "No, I'll be leaving in a while." "So soon? Who are you going to celebrate with?" Qin Wanwan said as she glanced at Gu Jingyu, who was talking to someone. Lin Che said, "It's not him. Anyway, I'm leaving now. You guys have fun." After saying that, Lin Che didn't say anything else and left directly. Qin Wanwan looked at her and thought it was strange. Why did she run so fast as if she was in a hurry to see someone? Gu Jingze's car was parked by the roadside. Lin Che ran over and saw that Gu Jingze had gotten out of the car quickly. He was still wearing the clothes he wore at work, a very formal suit, an orthodox suit, on his body, did not look old-fashioned, but more gentlemanly and elegant. The whole person looked really handsome. Lin Che realized that she really liked to see Gu Jingze in formal wear. It made her feel like she was a fan of uniforms. Seeing Gu Jingze, Lin Che immediately felt that she was already very lucky. She, who was so ordinary, was able to stand beside Gu Jingze. Thinking about how many women lined up to see him, she felt that she was already very awesome. Running over, Lin Che said, "Aren't you busy today?" Gu Jingze looked at her clothes and smiled in amazement. He pulled her into the car with him. "Did you win the award?" he asked. Lin Che pouted. "No, but it's already very rare to win the most popular female celebrity online." "Why? Are you upset?" Gu Jingze looked at her and asked. Lin Che sighed and said, "If I were to say that I'm unhappy and a little disappointed at this moment, would I seem very vulgar?" "Ha, do you still care if you are vulgar or not?" Gu Jingze said. "Of course. It's too vulgar. The CEO doesn't like it." Gu Jingze rolled his eyes. But thinking about it, he really didn't like vulgar women, but he couldn't hate her vulgarity. Lin Che lowered his head and said, "It's nothing. It's just that I feel like my hopes have been dashed. Although I knew it was impossible from the start, I couldn't help but think that maybe there would be a miracle. Now that there's no miracle, I feel a little disappointed." Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Gu Jingze felt sorry for her. Although she only frowned a little, he already felt sorry for her. He didn't want any ripples in her life that would make her feel bad. He wanted to give her the greatest protection and let everything go smoothly for her. Although he knew it was impossible, he still felt unhappy because she was a little unhappy. In the past, she had never been so sensitive to Mo Huiling. But when it came to Lin Che, she was so nitpicky. Gu Jingze thought for a moment. It's normal. You'll feel fine in a few days. Alright, don't think so much. Anyway, we have time. Let's go shopping together. Shopping? There's nowhere else to go at this time. Let's see where you want to go. Lin Che thought for a moment. Can I go to the movies? Watch a movie? Gu Jingze felt that it was a very boring thing. But looking down at Lin Che, he saw a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. He reluctantly agreed. Okay, I'll go with you. Wow, really? Lin Che didn't expect Gu Jingze to agree and cried out in surprise. Gu Jingze saw that she was so happy all of a sudden. Her smile was so sincere that it went straight to the bottom of his heart. He was finally a little more willing. This woman was like a piece of white paper. All her emotions were written on her face. She could be so happy about such a small thing. It really made people speechless. Gu Jingze said, "Go and change your clothes before I change my mind." She was still wearing an evening gown, so she couldn't go to the cinema. The two of them went to change and drove to the cinema. Although it was already midnight, the cinema was still quite crowded. Lin Che looked at the people coming and going, taking out surgical masks and caps to cover themselves. Gu Jingze was also dressed very low-key. Lin Che felt a little embarrassed at this moment. She looked up at Gu Jingze and said, "Gu Jingze, do you think I'm giving you trouble again? You definitely don't like to come to the cinema." Gu Jingze looked down at Lin Che. Although she was really troublesome, he was always persuaded by her. Thinking that she was the troublesome one, he didn't find it so hard to accept. In short, he just couldn't refuse her various requests. Even though his rationality told him that it wasn't good, he was still very willing to do it. "I really don't like to come here. Why don't we go back?" He deliberately looked up to tease her. "No, no. Hubby, accompany me to the cinema." Husbands usually accompany their wives to the cinema. The stupid woman fell for it immediately and immediately held his hand and begged bitterly. He couldn't help but want to laugh, but he still kept a straight face. For a moment, he felt that the sound of her begging for her husband was really inexplicably enjoyable. He always wanted to hear her say it a few more times. "Hubby, hubby, just think of it as experiencing life. If the big CEO doesn't walk among the people, how can he know what the people need? You have to go incognito sometimes. Do you know what everyone is doing?" Really, it was a bunch of fallacies again. Gu Jingze said, "Okay, then let's go buy the tickets." Hearing this, Lin Che immediately went to choose the movie happily. "Which one do you think is good?" She looked at the list, worried. "Actually, I'm not very familiar with movies," he said. Lin Che said, "You really don't watch any movies at all?" "I like to watch some old movies, but I don't watch too many new ones." "Do you think everyone is as free as you?" "I don't have much time to pay attention to these things. I haven't even watched old movies for 2 years." Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingze. For a moment, she felt that he was actually very pitiful. He was so tired. It was indeed not easy to be a big CEO. Lin Che wanted to choose again, but saw that there were already people looking over curiously. Chapter 262. Lin Che keenly sensed those curious gazes. For a moment, she was a little confused. She felt that she had disguised herself well enough. How could they still see through her? However, the next moment, she felt the source of those gazes. Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze stood tall. No matter how low-key he was, he still looked more glamorous than the ordinary people around him. As soon as they looked down, they would definitely look at him. So, it was useless for her to disguise herself. People would still notice something was wrong. Lin Che looked at the man with some resentment. Why was he so good-looking? Being too attractive was also a shortcoming. So, Lin Che didn't dare to waste time choosing so many. She quickly chose a random one and pulled Gu Jingze into the cinema. It was dark inside and no one would see anything. As they walked in, Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Seeing that the others were holding hands and snuggling up to her, he followed suit and held Lin Che's hand. Although he actually didn't like to have any intimate actions outside, he was used to holding Lin Che's hand. But now that he was holding Lin Che's hand, he felt that it was nothing. He just felt a little uneasy. However, he remembered that this was his wife. Even if anyone saw them holding hands, they couldn't say anything. So, he still held her hand and walked inside. The two candidates were in an American blockbuster movie. Lin Che held the popcorn in one hand and held Gu Jingze's hand with the other. The seat she chose was at the back. She had a lot of popcorn in her hand. Seeing that Gu Jingze was handsome, the salesgirl gave him a lot of things. Lin Che thought that this was really a good-looking world. Lin Che ate the popcorn and looked at Gu Jingze with a smile. Why? Have you never been to a cinema before? Seeing that Gu Jingze was looking around curiously, Lin Che asked. That's right. You know that we have a home theater at home. If you want to watch it, you can build one like this. Lin Che was speechless. That feels different. And it's much more comfortable than the chairs here. You don't understand, Gu Jingze. Look, only here can you feel something. It's so dark that you can't see anything. Hee, when you're deep in love, you can feel something just by looking at it. You can directly kiss it and hug it. Gu Jingze tilted his head to look at her. Seeing her smirk, he suddenly understood that a kiss and a hug was not an ordinary kiss and a hug. After a kiss and a hug, we can go home, go to a hotel, go anywhere. What kind of feeling is that? One look and I can tell that you don't understand. It's more exciting to play dirty tricks in such a crowded place. As the saying goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as stealing, and a concubine is not as good as stealing. That's why sneaking around feels exciting. Was this something a woman should say? Gu Jingze always felt that even though this woman was dirty, she had a bottom line. However, he gradually realized that she didn't have a bottom line. Gu Jingze said in a low voice, so you like this kind of girl? Lin Che hurriedly explained, it's not that I like it. Get this straight, I'm just saying that other people like it. It's okay, I can understand if you have any special hobbies. If you want me to cooperate with you, I can cooperate with you. As he spoke, Lin Che felt his hand rubbing against her thigh. What? Lin Che shouted speechlessly, get lost, I didn't say that. As he said this, he quickly slapped his hand away. He chuckled silently. I'm increasing your knowledge. Seriously, how do you fall in love? You're someone who has had a girlfriend before, but you don't even know this. We don't watch movies, Gu Jingze said. Then what do you do? Sit facing each other every day. Of course not. We watch operas, drink tea, listen to music, eat, and listen to concerts. Stop. I know, you guys are so bored. I really pity Miss Mo, why did she meet a blockhead like him who didn't know anything? And most importantly, she hadn't asked for it. Gu Jingze was stunned. He thought about it carefully and realized that he really hadn't done anything worth remembering with Mo Huiling. Even though they had been together for so many years, when he thought about it, he couldn't remember what had happened with Mo Huiling. He looked at Lin Che and said calmly, in the past, I really didn't think about falling in love properly, nor did I think about caring about other people's feelings. I will improve in this aspect in the future. Lin Che felt that Gu Jingze was holding his hand from below. He said calmly, in the future, I will ask more about what you like. Lin Che's heart warmed. He looked up at Gu Jingze and said, actually, you don't have to. I didn't mean it that way. When Gu Jingze became serious, his expression was firm, almost like a promise. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. In the darkness, his eyes were like obsidian, so firm that no one dared to look him in the eye. Once they looked at him directly, it was as if they would be sucked into the whirlpool of his deep feelings. Gu Jingze felt that he had never paid attention to Mo Huiling when he was with her. He didn't pay attention to her emotions, and he didn't think that making her happy would make him happy too. He looked at her calmly and gently held her chin with one hand. In the dark, the light from above shone on their faces from time to time. His lips moved down, and the tip of his tongue circled around her lips. With a curve, it entered her mouth. His kisses were getting more and more nimble. He seemed to be familiar with all her sensitive spots. His fingers touched her body and explored until they reached the spot between her legs. She was really shocked by herself. How did she become such a love-struck idiot? However, when she felt the tip of his tongue withdraw, she still felt a sense of loss. Involuntarily, she parted her lips and took the initiative to find his full lips. The tip of his tongue seemed to feel her initiative, and in an instant, it swept down even more passionately. Her tongue was numb from his rough movements. However, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, she wanted more. She felt that she was about to make a sound. Chapter 263. Oh no, she couldn't finish the movie. Lin Che panted softly and pushed Gu Jingze away. Gu Jingze said in a low voice, let's go. But the movie, if you keep watching, I'm going to eat you up right here. Lin Che was speechless. Why are you so? Gu Jingze said, ask me. Why don't you say it if you want it so much? Lin Che blushed instantly. Gu Jingze said, you're going to suck me in. How can I hold back? Sure enough, they didn't stay in the cinema any longer. Gu Jingze pulled her back home. That night, he was really tired to death. When Gu Jingze lay down, he pointed at Lin Che's nose and said, I'll be squeezed dry by you sooner or later. Lin Che wanted to cry but had no tears. What did it have to do with her? Gu Jingze said, go to sleep. Don't touch me anymore. Otherwise, neither of us can sleep tonight. He kissed her forehead and said, I haven't slept for 2 days. If I serve you any longer, you'll be a widow. Hearing this, Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze worriedly. How can this be? Why haven't you slept for 2 days? I was just busy, he said. Lin Che said quickly, then go to sleep. Don't talk anymore. She was very touched. Why didn't he tell her earlier if he hadn't slept for 2 days? She didn't want to go to the movies. This man was really putting on a brave front. Lin Che thought, it seems like being a tycoon really isn't easy. She sighed and looked at him. Seeing that he had fallen asleep from exhaustion not too long after lying there, she used her gaze to trace out the perfect curve of his body. Unable to resist, she lowered her head and gently kissed the tip of his nose. Maybe she was more than a little moved by him. The next day, the news of the Panda TV festival took up all the headlines in one night. From the red carpet, to the award ceremony, to the celebration party, there was a lot of news. The reporters caught a lot of information that others didn't. Mu Firen was the one with the biggest headlines. She was named the Empress again. Whether it was her dress or her celebrity style, they were all amazing. However, to their surprise, Lin Che's page was the largest apart from Mu Firen's. This was because, as soon as the reporters returned home, they received news that someone had recognized Lin Che's outfit from yesterday. Whether it was his clothes or jewelry, they were all sold at sky-high prices. Many of them couldn't be bought with money. Many celebrities were also secretly guessing who Lin Che was relying on. This outfit was a little too expensive. Just how powerful was the person behind her to be able to get such an outfit? Moreover, it was obvious that these brands were not sponsored by anyone. After all, everyone knew that these brands would never find sponsors. In other words, these brands were all bought by her. It could be seen that there should be a rich and powerful person behind her helping her. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. The other reason was that the reporters captured her interaction with Gu Jingyu at the scene. The intimacy between them made people's imaginations run wild. In addition, it seemed that she had a good relationship with Mu Firen. Everyone couldn't help but envy Lin Che. They didn't know how powerful Lin Che was and how he could have such a good relationship with these big shots. After that, someone even did a close-up of her expression when she found out that she was first in the voting. Her dumbfounded expression at that time was hilarious to death. This vivid performance made people even more fervent in their discussions. They felt that Lin Che was truly a silly and cute celebrity. He was so real that people liked him even more. With all these things piled up, her page was almost a full page. Compared to her expensive jewelry, it was worth mentioning. Qin Wanwan's big-name sponsors didn't seem worth mentioning anymore. They were just sponsors. Although they were big names and gods, they didn't look as good as Lin Che's jewelry and clothes. It was clear that you got what you paid for. Big names only sold their brands. The real good stuff was the nameless stuff of the nouveau riche. In the company, Lin Che was congratulated by the people. Although she only got first in the online voting, everyone felt that she was very impressive. The other artists in the company still sneered at her. It was a little embarrassing to be nominated but not win an award. However, they won an award and received a lot of publicity space. They knew that they were already the winners of this year's Panda TV festival. Yu Minmin said to Lin Che, "Keep working hard next time." Lin Che nodded. He knew that he still had a long way to go. He said, "Thank you for all these years, Sister Yu." Yu Minmin smiled and said, "To be honest, I really didn't think you would become popular back then." "Why? Was my talent that bad?" Lin Che said, speechless. Yu Minmin said, "You're too stupid. You're so silly and you're so stubborn. But perhaps good people will always be rewarded." Yang Lingxin was still following behind. When she saw the jewelry Lin Che was wearing, she also said, "That's right, Sister Yu. Also, Sister Che, you have Gu Jingze helping you so much. Sister Che, your jewelry looks really good. I didn't know they were so expensive." Lin Che said, "Maybe Gu Jingze just borrowed them." However, Yang Lingxin's eyes still sparkled when she saw the jewelry. Lin Che only felt that she was acting like this because she was a child and had never seen it before. He didn't say anything. Just then, a call came from home. Lin Che went to pick up the phone. Yu Minmin said, "All right, don't look at those reports anymore." Yang Lingxin said enviously, "Sister Che did a good job this time. It's so good to be a star. It's so glamorous." "That's because you didn't see how much hardship Lin Che suffered when he was a walk-on. Besides, not everyone can be as hardworking and lucky as Lin Che." "Yeah, Sister Che is so lucky," she said. Just then, Lin Che came back and said to Yu Minmin, "So it's Mr. President's birthday these few days." Hearing the words, "Mr. President," Yu Minmin's eyes flashed. Lin Che said, "The Gu family said they'll have a gathering too. It seems like Mr. President will be going back too." "Really?" Yu Minmin said, "Looks like you'll be busy again." Yu Minmin looked outside. It was Mr. President's birthday. Actually, people had already started talking about it. A few days ago, many of the president's fans had already started celebrating on their own. However, Gu Jingming had always kept a low profile and wouldn't hold a private birthday for no reason. However, the media in countries C had already started promoting it very quickly and also celebrated for Gu Jingming. Yu Minmin looked at it and put away the news. She said goodbye to Lin Che and said that she was going home. Lin Che said, "Sister Yu, do you want to go with us that day?" Yu Minmin quickly said, "No, I have something to do at home." Chapter 264. Lin Che said, "All right then. Actually, you can bring someone there. It's not going to be held at the Gu residence this time, but at a resort outside. I think since it's the president's birthday, it should be quite fun. Sister Yu, if you have time, go and take a look." "Okay, I'll go if I have time." Yang Lingxin said enviously, "That's great. Sister Che is with Gu Jingze. The people around her are all big shots like Mr. President." Lin Che only smiled. "It's all right. Actually, I haven't interacted with outsiders much." However, he wasn't that familiar with Yang Lingxin, so he didn't want to invite her. After all, she was just a little girl. If she participated in this, she might not know anything and cause trouble. No matter what, Sister Yu was still more appropriate to judge the situation. The president's birthday was already in an uproar online. Although his birthday hadn't been announced to the public, the president's fans had already checked all the information on their own. Lin Che followed Gu Jingze and prepared to go to the prepared resort to attend the birthday banquet. The outside of the resort had already been fenced off. Inside, the huge resort was completely prepared for the Gu family. It took Lin Che the whole morning to dress up. The clothes that Gu Jingze had picked out for her were elegant, well-fitting, and brightly colored. Because she wasn't old, she naturally had a youthful aura about her. When Lin Che was brought in by Gu Jingze, he quickly saw Mu Wanqing standing there with a beautiful woman. The woman looked similar to Mu Wanqing and looked to be in her 20s. She stood there with a face that wasn't inferior to any celebrity. She had a certain temperament. Seeing Lin Che enter with Gu Jingze, Mu Wanqing quickly said, "Jingyan, this is the new sister-in-law I mentioned to you, Lin Che. Little Che, this is Jingze's sister, Jingyan. Because you haven't held a wedding, this is the first time you've met." So it was Gu Jingze's sister who had always been abroad. Gu Jingyan looked at Lin Che and said, "What should we do? Sister-in-law is younger than me. Second brother, you're much older than sister-in-law. Aren't you an old cow eating young grass?" Gu Jingze's face darkened when he heard this. Lin Che smiled shyly. Gu Jingyan said, "Sister-in-law, my second brother is so hard to please. It must have been hard on you." Lin Che smiled and said, "Forget it. I'm already used to it." Gu Jingze glared at Lin Che again. "How am I hard to please? When did I ever need you to serve me?" He raised an eyebrow. "When have I not served you?" Lin Che was probably the only one who could understand this pun. She went forward and pinched Gu Jingze. Her cheeks were slightly red. Gu Jingyan looked at them in surprise. "No way. Since when did Brother Tingrui learn to joke with others?" "Mom, are my eyes deceiving me?" Mu Wanqing smiled until her eyes narrowed. "That's because your sister-in-law is asking for advice." Gu Jingze pulled a long face. He circled his fingers around his lips and coughed dryly. Mu Wanqing said, "They're husband and wife. If they want to joke, they can joke. What's there to joke about with you?" Gu Jingze said, "Yes. You're not funny at all." "What's so funny about you?" Lin Che didn't realize it at first, but he suddenly realized that Gu Jingze was saying that he was funny. He turned around and said, "Who's funny?" "You're the funny one." Gu Jingze said, "Being funny is also one of your strengths. You should cherish the few strengths you have." "No, my biggest strength is that I have a good temper. I can tolerate you when you don't have any strengths." Gu Jingze snorted and flicked her on the forehead. On the other side, Gu Jingyan said, "Brother, you've really forgotten about your sister after getting married. You haven't seen me for a year, but instead of catching up with me, you're still flirting with sister-in-law." Although she said that, Gu Jingyan didn't look angry at all. Instead, she thought that the two of them were quite interesting. Gu Jingze said, "Yeah, you haven't been back for so long. Why did you come back?" Mu Wanqing answered, "Your sister brought her boyfriend back and said that she's going to marry him." "Really?" Gu Jingze said, "There's someone who wants you. Why are you so fierce?" Gu Jingyan said indignantly, "You have so many problems and you're sick. There's someone who wants you." Mu Wanqing was also very happy. She was finally married, so of course she was happy. Gu Jingze asked, "Where's madam? Why don't I see her?" Gu Jingyan's expression froze and she said, "She's not here yet. I'll go down and take a look." Outside, someone said that Mr. President was here. Gu Jingze said, "I'll introduce you later. I'll go and say hello to Big Brother first." With that said, he pulled Lin Che with one hand and the two of them walked over together. Gu Jingyan went out with her phone and found a number. She took a deep breath and dialed it. "Liu Beichen, are you here?" "Jingyan, something happened to me. I might have to wait for a while before I can go over again." "What happened to you?" Gu Jingyan asked curiously. "It's just a small matter. I'll go over after I'm done. I'll call you later." With that, Liu Beichen hung up the phone. Gu Jingyan held her phone, her expression frozen for a moment. She turned around and saw Mu Wanqing walking over. "What's wrong, Jingyan?" Gu Jingyan quickly regained her composure. "Beichen said that he has something to do and will come over later." "All right, men can be busy too. You should understand. He came all the way from abroad to accompany you. It's understandable that he didn't handle things well. However, I still remember that you guys were together in high school. But he wasn't your boyfriend at that time, was he?" Gu Jingyan said, "Yes, we only established our relationship when we went abroad together." "Sigh, I remember that he had a girlfriend at that time." Gu Jingyan's eyes flashed with some ripples. She held Mu Wanqing's arm. "It's not like I didn't have boyfriends in the past. It's all in the past, isn't it? All right, I just vaguely remember that you guys had a good time in high school. It's been so many years since we last met, so I wanted to ask." Yes, she and Liu Beichen were good friends in high school. At that time, he had a girlfriend and she had a boyfriend. However, no one knew that she had feelings for him at that time. Later, he broke up with her and went to America to study at university. She also went to America with him. In the first year of their stay in America, they were still friends who occasionally contacted each other by phone. Until that year, when they went camping together in the same tent, they accidentally got into a fight. That was how they ended their relationship as friends and became lovers. Mu Wanqing remembered very clearly that he had a girlfriend in the past. However, she seemed to have forgotten that his girlfriend was Gu Jingyan's best friend, Fu Chenxi. On the other side, Gu Jingming's arrival caused everyone to gather at the door. Gu Jingming thanked them one by one and said embarrassedly, "I've made everyone spend money to hold a birthday party for me." Gu Jingze said, "Otherwise, Big Brother would be too busy. If I didn't find an excuse to invite you back, you wouldn't have come back." Chapter 265. Lin Che stood next to Gu Jingze. He looked at Gu Jingming and said calmly, "Brother, happy birthday." Actually, to Lin Che, calling him big brother was something that he really couldn't say out loud. Just like in the beginning, when she was with Gu Jingze, she felt like she was floating in a dream. She always felt that it was too different from her real life, but it was indeed her real life. Gu Jingming smiled faintly and asked everyone to go in. Many people had come. This time, not only the Gu family had been invited, but some of Gu Jingming's politicians and his supporters had also been invited. Naturally, they were all rich and noble people. As Lin Che watched, he suddenly saw a man standing not far away, looking in Gu Jingze's direction with a cold smile. Lin Che felt that the man looked familiar. He suddenly remembered that it was Li Mingyu, the man who was with Mo Huiling the other day. Why was he here? Gu Jingze saw him. He narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Then, he pulled Lin Che up and said, "Let's go in." It was early spring and they had to put on their clothes before going out. Lin Che followed Gu Jingze into the house and took off his coat. He asked the servant to take it away. At this moment, he heard Li Mingyu's frivolous voice. "President Gu, what do you mean by leaving when you see me?" Gu Jingze turned around. "I'm not avoiding you. I just have nothing to say to you." Li Mingyu looked at the beautiful Lin Che. He smiled and said, "Why? You have nothing to say to me? Or do you feel uncomfortable that the woman who knows you is by my side now?" Gu Jingze snorted and looked at Li Mingyu coldly. "If you are talking about Huiling, then what she is doing now has nothing to do with me. If you two really want to be together, then be together." Li Mingyu didn't expect Gu Jingze to say it so casually. "Ha, you're pretending. I don't believe that you've forgotten your old lover so quickly. Please mind your manners. Don't you think it's rude to talk about your old lover in front of my wife?" "That's right. I don't care anymore because I'm a married man now. What happened in the past is already in the past." After he finished speaking, he held Lin Che's hand and resolutely turned around. Li Mingyu squinted. He couldn't believe it. Lin Che turned around and looked at him. Then he looked up at Gu Jingze. He didn't care if Gu Jingze said it on purpose or not, but Lin Che was still happy to see him so resolutely. Looking up at his indifferent expression, for the first time, he felt that he was really handsome when he was so emotionless. Just now, when Li Mingyu was scolded by him like that, he didn't have any room to refute. His expression was too instant. All the members of the Gu family were inside. Even though Gu Jingming had invited some people, he still spent more time with his own family. After Lin Che and Gu Jingze entered the room, Gu Jingyan also walked over and stood with Gu Jingze and Gu Jingze. At this time, Gu Jingyan said, "I don't know what gift to buy for my brother, so I bought him a tie. I hope he can find a wife soon. Then I won't have to buy him ties anymore." To Jing, Yan, Lin Jingyan to Chiu, Shi Che, Yan to Jingyan to Si Che to said. Said, Mo and Gu Gu Chin. Lin Che said, "Yes, and he's very old-fashioned." Gu Jingyan said, yes, he's very old-fashioned." "So how did you fall for him?" Lin Che thought to himself, "I did it first, then I looked at it. So, I put the cart before the horse. Who knew how I ended up becoming his wife? Well, I was forced to do this." Gu Jingze glared at Lin Che. Lin Che smiled and stuck out her tongue. Hearing Gu Jingyan mention a birthday present, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten where she had put it. She looked in her pocket and didn't find it. She thought carefully and slapped her forehead. "Oh no, I left my present at the office yesterday." Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. "Look at how clumsy you are. What kind of IQ is that? Lin Che glared at him and went out to call Yu Minmin, hoping that she could bring the present to him. Yu Minmin answered the phone and agreed helplessly. She was the only one who could open Lin Che's suitcase. Besides, it wasn't appropriate for others to come to the banquet, so she had to go herself. When Mo Huiling came in, she saw Li Mingyu and said, "What's the matter? You're only here to pick me up now." Li Mingyu snorted and said, "You're in such a hurry to see your old lover." "Unfortunately, when I asked him just now, he said that he wished you and I the best." Mo Huiling's expression changed. She looked inside and said angrily, "I don't believe it. He won't." Li Mingyu said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself. But he's over there and everyone is a member of the Gu family. Do you dare to go over? Don't the Gu family hate you? When they chase you out, don't cry." Mo Huiling had gone through a lot of trouble to get Li Mingyu to bring her here. She naturally didn't want to be chased out so easily. She looked up and saw Lin Che and Gu Jingze sitting together with a few other people. Gu Jingze was holding Lin Che's shoulder with one hand as they talked. The two of them looked very close. Mo Huiling was so jealous that her eyes almost popped out of her head. Next to them, she saw that the annoying younger sister of the Gu family had also returned. When she was with Gu Jingze in the past, Gu Jingyan was always dissatisfied with her and always found fault with her. But now, Mo Huiling thought that her eyes weren't playing tricks on her. Why was Gu Jingyan still standing together with Lin Che? They were talking and laughing, but she didn't know what they were talking about. Mo Huiling gritted her teeth in anger. Seeing Lin Che standing in the middle of the Gu family, she couldn't help but think that that position used to belong to her. It should be her standing there and being envied by everyone. Lin Che and Gu Jingze didn't know that Mo Huiling's eyes were secretly staring at them from behind. Seeing that Lin Che hadn't eaten anything, Gu Jingze walked over and gave Lin Che something to eat. Lin Che said, "I wonder if Sister Yu is here." "Alright, I'll send someone to pick her up later. Don't worry about that. It's okay even if she doesn't give me a gift. Big brother still owes me a few billion yuan. He won't care even if she doesn't give me a gift. Pfft, he owes you so much money." "Of course. Your husband is also a big investor in the national debt." "Really? I admire you so much. Hubby is so amazing." She played along and pretended to be happy. "My sugar daddy is so amazing. I admire you so much. My sugar daddy, tell me quickly. I'll do whatever position you want when we get back. Don't abandon me." Gu Jingze's face darkened. Looking at Lin Che, who was finding it hard to be serious, he really didn't understand why he had married such a wife. But in terms of position, he smiled and suddenly moved closer to her face. "You really know how to do any position." Lin Che was just joking. But looking at Gu Jingze's face suddenly moving closer, his eyes were shining with anticipation. For a moment, he was surrounded by a devilish aura. When he was naughty, it was hard to resist. "No, I mean. Then you'll be up there that night." Chapter 266. Get lost. I don't know how to do it. Hee, I'll teach you. No. Lin Che felt shy. She didn't know how to take the initiative in this aspect. Gu Jingze couldn't stop laughing. Lin Che had done it many times, but every time she mentioned it, she was still as shy as a little girl. So he liked to tease her even more. "No. You'll want it then," Gu Jingze said meaningfully. He blinked, his long eyelashes half covering his bright eyes. The light in them made Lin Che feel that he was really handsome. She almost felt like she was falling for him. But when she heard what he said, she quickly turned her head away. Get lost. Eat your food, okay? She picked up a ball of food and stuffed it into his mouth angrily. After he ate it, he remembered that she had taken it with her hand. But he just frowned and thought about it carefully. He didn't feel disgusted, so he just picked up the food and stuffed it into her mouth as revenge. Lin Che went up and bit his finger. Hey, are you a puppy? How dare you bite me? Her pearly white teeth lingered on his lips for a moment. She was really ruthless. Biting down on him was extremely painful, so he pulled his teeth back. Looking at the little bit of fragrance that was left on his lips, he smiled and licked it lightly. In the past, if he had such saliva, he would definitely have vomited it out of disgust. However, at this moment, there was actually a burning sensation that engulfed his entire body. Looking at Lin Che's exquisite little face that was dyed red, just like the night before a gust of wind, the red of the moon was so translucent, causing one to like it. He just wanted to press her there and be done with it. It was the first time he had such evil thoughts about a woman. Moreover, it was the first time he had such evil thoughts about a woman at any time. Seeing that Lin Che was avoiding his gaze, he smiled and reached out to wipe the thing off her lips. Look at how sloppy you are. Lin Che said, why are you so close to me when I'm sloppy? Don't you think it's dirty? Gu Jingze said, I did at first. Ha, I knew it. Gu Jingze looked at her. But I'm used to it now. Lin Che said gloomily, what do you mean you're used to it? What else can I do? Although you're so sloppy, I've already married you. No matter what, you're my wife. I can only accept it. Can't you have a proper conversation? Don't you think it's rare for a husband to be as honest as me? Lin Che said, yeah, that's why I'm the only one who can accept you. If it were anyone else, they would have been driven away by you long ago. Mo Huiling looked at them from afar. She saw Gu Jingze and Lin Che sitting together and chatting. The two of them were very close to each other. Gu Jingze was dressed in black, and she was dressed in white. Although they were of different colors, the two of them looked like a couple. Gu Jingze always liked to wear black. He was mysterious and low-key. He was so handsome that people couldn't take their eyes off him. But now, the person beside him was Lin Che. Mo Huiling felt her heart ache. She had accompanied Gu Jingze for so many years, but in the end, Lin Che had taken advantage of that little bitch. She saw Gu Jingze lowering his head to feed Lin Che. He even used his fingers to wipe the stuff from the corner of her mouth. He was taking care of Lin Che. The dignified Gu Jingze was taking care of Lin Che. All these years, she had never been taken care of by Gu Jingze like this. She couldn't even get close to him, let alone take care of him. Moreover, he was very antisocial and didn't like to be too close or too intimate. But now, the two of them were sitting there, unscrupulously loving each other. Mo Huiling was really jealous. Why did Gu Jingze treat Lin Che so well? Li Mingyu looked at Mo Huiling's angry face and smiled. Alright, stop staring. They won't know. Let's go and drink some wine. Let's have a good time. Don't touch me. Don't touch you. If Gu Jingze doesn't touch you, he will touch someone else. If I don't touch you, no one will touch you anymore. Stop looking. Let's go. Seeing him so happy, you're still so angry. Is it worth it? Mo Huiling knew it wasn't worth it, but she couldn't accept that Gu Jingze wasn't her anymore. He and Lin Che were getting closer and closer. If this went on, would Gu Jingze really fall in love with Lin Che? Mo Huiling was dragged away by Li Mingyu to one side to drink. On the other side, Yu Minmin arrived at the entrance. She looked around for a while, but couldn't find Lin Che. The resort had been surrounded and no one was allowed to enter. Yu Minmin looked around. She was still holding a gift in her hand. She picked up her phone and called Lin Che. But after calling one, the call didn't go through. Just as she was about to call the second one, someone next to her noticed her. Linda stood at the side and looked at Yu Minmin. She suddenly felt that she looked familiar. This woman, the president, her eyes lit up. She suddenly remembered that this person used to be with the president. As soon as Yu Minmin turned his head, he saw a woman in a neat black uniform standing in front of him. She was stunned. "Miss Yu, this way please." Yu Minmin hurriedly said, "I'm not here to cause trouble. I didn't mean to appear here. It's useless for you to tell me whether it was intentional or not. This way please." Yu Minmin still wanted to explain, but the president's bodyguards were already standing in front of her. Inside, Gu Jingze had been called away by Qin Hao to deal with official business. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze's back and felt that he was really busy. Even when he was here to steal some free time, someone still came to look for him. Just then, Gu Jingyan walked over and said, "Sister-in-law, my brother left you behind again." Lin Che smiled and said, "Yeah, it's okay. I'm used to it." Looking at Gu Jingyan, Lin Che felt that if this family were to walk on the streets together, they would definitely dazzle everyone's eyes. Every single one of them was too beautiful. Gu Jingyan was the same. She looked prettier than most celebrities. This kind of beauty was different from the beauty of men like Gu Jingze. She was gorgeous and dazzling. She was the kind of beauty that would make people stunned at first glance. Gu Jingyan said, "Second brother is a little too busy. It can't be helped. The whole family's interests are all on his shoulders. It's lonely at the top. Moreover, second brother is a little too serious. He wants to do everything to the best of his ability. Naturally, he's even busier. Everyone in country C admires and fears this position. But they don't know that in order to sit in this position that everyone looks up to, the price he has to pay is also very high." Lin Che looked into the distance and felt his heart ache. He sighed and said, "Yeah, he's really busy, so I can only empathize with him." Gu Jingyan said, "Actually, second brother is already very good with sister-in-law. I've never seen him accompany any woman like this before.